Hey everybody, it's Chanchai. I'm going to play some more matches with Elson Wong from Australia. The matches were the connection was really good yesterday. I mean, considering that this is Oregon to Australia, West Coast US to Australia, um, it played way better than we expected to. It played even better than when we played before. Is it perfect? No. Um, does it allow the sharpest of play? No, but it allows it allows a lot of good decision making, and it allows some sharp play. um, but there will be little things that you can't really do, and you have to consider it a little bit more about you have to apply the theory of tempo if you're going to use things like evade. So but it's great, it's VF still, it's still really helpful play that improves your skills, so I love it. um, and happy to play with Elson. Happy to play with almost anyone, but tonight it'll be with Elson, who's Dark Speed's Elson. So let's see. I think his password is usually this. No, okay. Okay, that's what it is. Let's see what he says. If you have preference and adjust, no problem. Any preference is fine. This will be a lot of fun. So, all right. Got a soda to drink. Took care of some stuff. Forgot to go to the bank though. I'll take care of that later. Didn't have much time for it anyhow. That's okay. Okay, this is more lag than yesterday, and that's okay. But it does mean that we have to premeditate some things. That's some cheese. I don't mind cheesing. I play a utility character, right? That was a guess. I have to guess, so backdashes harder to react but are doable. This makes it harder for him in a way because he's gonna have to commit more than normal. This is playing slower than before. Like the game speed feels slower. And this will take him time to adjust. Thank you very much, Sorensen. Yeah, kids are in bed. Then I had to go out, fill gas into the car so I wouldn't have trouble tomorrow morning. And intended to go to the bank, but I totally forgot to go to the bank. I'm not going to drink, but I'm going to let the bubbles calm. Degas the soda. Oh. Controller was sitting on top of the cord, so no longer. Yeah, it is hype. That's extra sober. Not that he was at 0, but still, you always practice your sobering. Gotta punish. Gotta punish. I think that's minus 13. See, I knew to block low, but even then it was too late. So like ranged lows become really strong online. When you have lag like this, so that's why my lows are really scary, right? My lows are very scary because you have to kind of predict them. That is the cheesy part about online, having mid-low mix-ups being stronger than normal. So right now, premeditating some mix-ups that are unconventional helps. Hard to react to that, but I have my lows too, so it would be cheap of me to say that. It would be really cheap of me to make it sound like it's unfair that he uses lows like that, because it's the same for me. I get to use lows like that. So Leon is a kid, yeah. Not talking about the character though. He was teenager in BF2, the game he joins. He's a Frenchman, you know. He's not as tall, but Shun can be the tall Japanese Frenchman, which is weird because Japan and France don't have the tallest people. One of the reasons I advocate being very like ringing people out when you have the chance. Ring positioning is an important part of this game, and you have to always acknowledge that this is a game with ring outs. And ring outs are not inherently cheap, they're a win condition. That's like saying having a strong a character that can do high damage is cheap, though in this game everybody can do high damage. It's just a win condition. The wall is a ring out with skill required. But ringing out is a skill, and avoiding ring out also a skill. Yes, it really does affect the mental stack greatly. That you have that dead on right. So right now we're using a lot of long range moves. He does have Elson is actually very good at the long range game, and that really matches Shun very well. But he does normally only use it after he's built a lot of reads, and so it's a very clever way of playing. A lot of beginners will use the long range at first because they'll sense that that's the only place where they feel safe. But it's actually a high risk territory with moderate rewards, right? But Shun has good reason to go long range. It's over him 1 point. Good. Which way did I evade? So I also told him today on an earlier stream, watching the front foot is actually a good way to do proper evasion. And so if the move is a move that is evaded to the opponent's backside, then you want to evade to the front foot. Ah man, that was an online thing there, because that sequence was guaranteed. I was going to have a wall combo. Yes, playing safe. So an amazing thing about this game, a big topic I would say, is this game's relationship with risk and reward. You can play low risk and win. You can also play high risk and win if you can guess well. When you're at the highest levels of play, it's not so much like guessing, it's more confirming and there are specific times where you guess, but you try to not always rely on guessing. So there's kind of both. There's a lot of both at the higher level of play, but you can force guessing, and that's how you leverage guessing skills, is learning how to create more situations where guessing is the requirement to win, or guessing well. And so that's how a Yomi player would play, right? And then, but playing safe inherently, there's low risk ways of playing the game, and that's like a lot of times that is knowledge, but so guessing is also knowledge in this game. So yeah, I'll focus again on the fight soon, but generally, here's what I can tell you. There are some players who only want to do the best thing, right? They optimize, like I would say optimize too hard, because this is a game where you have a toolbox. You should be able to use your tools, and so it's not just the best thing. You should be good at this. You should also understand when and where to apply the second and third and fourth best things. But because if you only do the best thing, actually you become a lot easier to read, because you're limiting your decision space a little too much. But you do want to master the best thing. Like, you should absolutely master the best thing, but you should have a strategic flexibility to do more than just the best thing, right? And so you want to build your skill to being able to go to plan B, C, D, and E in this game especially. Because this game, cycling plans is huge. Like, cycling what we're doing and what is happening is really important. Like, if you fight my Leon, then yes, you want to beat lows, but more than that, you want to know how to play safe, because Leon's damage amplifies if he has good damage if he can get counter hit and if he can evade punish. Counter hit requires that the opponent is not playing frame tight. Okay? If you play frame tight, you're automatically lowering a lot of Leon's potential damage. And that's actually the difficulty of playing Leon, is to get people to want to play out of the frames, right? To attack more. That was a brilliant move. I went to evade to his front, and he used the 1K to beat it and set me up good. Okay. So this is where the online aspect plays into play. And the reason is because you'll see some of my combos aren't completing because the timing is thrown off by the lag, and that is okay. The most important part is that I adjusted to it and I changed some of my combos. I didn't finish anything I didn't overextend by trying to finish a combo that looked like it wasn't going to complete. So you have to improvise, and that's going back to plan C, D, and E. Yeah, flexibility is important. If you want to master a game, you gotta it's learning all the tools and learning the exceptions to the principles, but mastering the principles is good. So in every game you play, there's what we call principles of good play. Every game has these. Fuzzy guard is one of them in this game, right? The boxing is like a really important, like how to play it is an important principle of good play in this game. Right, if you play chess, principles of good play is control the center, and like learning how to control the center, maintaining material advantage, right? Like maintaining material advantage in chess, understanding the generic and dynamic scoring of each piece, like how much they're worth, helps a lot to make better decisions and follow the principles of good play. But in this game, always doing a guard throw escape is a part of principles of good play, right? But there's a few different things. But and so a lot of times when you win just on on having better fundamentals, that's really powerful in all fighting games, and in this game it's no exception. Street Fighter, you need to understand the footsie just to understand decision making. You need to understand why it works the way it does, how to use the normals, right? and people call those the fundamentals, but then they feel like the new game doesn't have it, but the new game totally has fundamentals. They're just different. But okay, so fundamentals of good play are what we call the principles, right? They're the general things that you should do. When somebody says this is the stuff you should do to win, right? They're talking about principles of good play. Then, but to master a game, you have to actually learn how to play outside of that to a degree. You have to understand where. I don't like calling them rules. I call them rails, not rules, okay? When people say follow the rules, I don't like that because to me the rules are the health bar. The rules are the ring out, right? The rules are the absolutes in the game. The timer, that's a rule, okay? Everything else is just a principle of good play, good fundamentals, good things to do in general. And when you master any game, there comes a point where to actually master it means to understand where those principles apply and then where are the exceptions to those principles and why. Understanding the why more than anything else. And then not even just having to follow a doctrine, but just kind of like be a much more dynamic player because you understand how the game is actually going to work or how certain sequences will work. Yeah, exactly, right? Like good poetry doesn't mean that everything has to rhyme. Doesn't mean that everything has to have a meter, right? It has to understand like what you're doing with the word play, with the word, and there are some limitations you're adhering to, some guidelines. But, you know. Alright. Let's go back to our fundamentals. I didn't really play fundamentals there. But there are like principles of good play even in the matchup, right? Against Shun, I like to evade to his front and then then after that try to read where I should evade to his back. Right? And by evading to his front, why is that important? Even though I shouldn't always do that, but why I should do it a lot? Because I want to force him to use his low kick to be the thing that stops me, right? That said, because I know he's having trouble responding, that's also why I'm doing more attack heavy. Like I'm doing low punch, and I'm doing an option because he hasn't done anything. Normally you shouldn't do that, but why am I doing it? Well, because I'm watching what he does, and he hasn't been really punishing me for that. Right? But now he's starting to do some good stuff. He's gonna do like a flying headbutt. Good. That was good play. Hard to react to. On our current connection, mid-low is gonna be very powerful. Right? I didn't even do a punch there because I want to make sure I did the combo. Right now I'm having trouble low punching on reaction, and that's okay. I thought I got the timing right. I was just a little late. But it was the right idea. Like I felt like I could confidently win that one. I would have probably thrown him after that side kick, but he got it. I did not get the timing down on the side kick. So despite the lag, I felt confident that I was going to do that, and I think I was very close. Yeah, so I'm glad you appreciate me calling them rails as opposed to rules, right? Because when people say you're breaking the rules, they feel so unfair. It feels so unfair that you broke the rules, and it's like to me that's dumb. You know, it's like I can do what I want to do. You know what I mean? But like, why are you gonna make it like when you start to define like what's fair? That like what is anger? Anger is feeling like something that happened to you was unfair. That's the biggest source of anger, right? It's a deep frustration, but a lot of time the thing that frustrates us as human beings is this feeling of unfairness, right? Now, to criminals and to people that don't really follow society's rules, then fairness is more about loyalty, right? Somebody that's disloyal, right? And so the problem with saying rules, like you got to follow the rules, then okay, but if we're going to say that's rules, it feels unfair. And yet there's nothing unfair about me attacking because I thought you're going to throw, right? There's nothing unfair about that. And so that's why I don't like calling it rules, because I've seen too many times where somebody starts feeling like it's unfair for you to attack when you're at a disadvantage, and you're like, no, that's actually good play if I have a reason for it, and the reason being that I think you're trying to throw, or I think my attack's going to beat your attack, right? And so that's why I don't like calling it the rules, right? Because it's a misunderstanding of exactly what's going on here, and like decision making. It's gonna warp your decision making. That was good. So that's why I'd rather call it the rails, because then you can play it. You know how to move around the rails. You know how to grind off of it. Right? Like, it would feel unfair that Leon has these lows, and yet Shun is crushing them, right? Then should it be unfair that Shun does a crushing attack because he thinks I'm gonna do a low? No, that's a brilliant play. So yeah, so there's the rails. There's the guidelines. Principle's a good play. Good things to do. And then there's, how to kind of hack what your opponent is doing. Because that's what makes fighting games fun. Hacking what they're doing. Let's try to evade. So I'm having fun figuring out things that I can do against the sequences he likes to do in this lag. Remember, everything is confined to this lag, meaning the lag is affecting both of us. And so it is affecting his options, and I gotta work with like how it's doing that. Yes, I got the extra point. It might feel unfair, but to Dennis, he's put the time and effort into doing those combos and mastering them for the sake of using them against you. And that's fair, right? The time invested in the game is what's, So he's realized use the full 2 or hit string against Chanchai, because Chanchai likes to evade and do an action. And see, that throw works there because I can't duck. Because I'm -6, I can't duck if he buffers. And I can't react block to that low. That's okay. Not on this connection. But I should anticipate it. That's the thing. You anticipate. Let's see if I can anticipate these other things. Damn it, I wish I could convert that. Not on this connection. But because he wants to do a low after I do a low, that's the problem for him right now. So yeah. It feels unfair when Dennis takes over half my health bar in one comp. Yeah, that's Jackie. But it's within the rails, so it's fine. Yep, even if it's on the discouraging side, yeah. Though I've learned that time invested in game doesn't always equal skill. No, that's totally true. That's totally true. It's about how you spend the time and what you learn, not how long you play. Yeah, but how long you play is a factor. Now, some people can spend less time to learn more. Some people apply their experience, and so all the built-up time in the past is reapplied to a newer game. And so time is absolutely a requirement, but it's true. There is working smarter versus working harder. It's always a balance of the two. So I think he's also realizing Leon doesn't have the best answer to Shun's 1KK. Other characters can do something like duck and then they can like launch. Leon can't really do it. His normal hit launches are too slow. He's gonna hate this next one. I know he didn't expect that. I was like, enjoy. I bet he's laughing pretty hard right now. He laughs as much as I do, so maybe more so. He might be the guy that laughs more than I do. So. That was close. He needs to PK that. That was guaranteed too. Hey, mister, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're doing really well. Wish I could have met you in Europe, but I know that you're in Italy. I would love to visit Italy sometime. I'm having fun fighting our Australian friend, Elson. Dark Speeds, Elson. I'm glad you are doing good. I'm really glad you're doing well. See, he's learning. He's learning to, like, use the 1KK, right? It's so hard to... This connection is really good, but cannot do like that, right? I tried to block low. I did get the crouch, but somehow my late hitting guard is what killed me. And that's okay. We can do this though. I see. No, I understand. I do understand, but it's not a problem. Oh, that sounds so good. I would love to come in the summer sometime and visit the island. I will bring a lot of sunscreen. That would be so much fun. Um, seeing the French countryside and it looks exactly like the paintings makes me really want to see the Italian countryside, which I'm sure looks exactly like the paintings. It's beautiful. That's okay. That is the Shun stuff. That is the stuff he has a divine right to. Ah, that's rough. That's nice. That was a good option. The range. I lost the range. That's okay. That's all on me. Almost got the extra point. I had to guess that he was going to bari right here. I was like, he's going to a bari, so I have a low punch uppercut. Very good game. Alright, I'm going to read his messages now. Okay, so let's see. And I was like, no, you made the right choice at the end of PK. What just happened? Doing some new things. Alright, I'll give him more comments later. There's really good stuff on there. Really, really good stuff. He was emoting feelings from the fights. So it wasn't really like direct questions, but he did like the adjustments I made, or he liked some of the options I chose. For him, it's right now I'm playing with the connection, right, and I'm utilizing it. I'm understanding where I need to make decisions and where I cannot react, and I need to just force a guess. So the low punch is setting that up for me. If he crushed the low punch, it would be different. He didn't crush the low punch much. Right now, I'm trying to create like a barrier. I'm seeing it as a barrier. Good, good. Now that was a bad option on my part because I only have like +3. If I only have +3, it's really elbow. There's not much I can't even have a real low. It is laggy. Yeah, I'm playing with Australia. Good. Waiting, so that, let's call that a purposeful delay, right? Delay launcher. It's really good. And with Pi, 3K plus G is such a good move because it can be used that way. Now, whether he did it on purpose or not, I don't know. But it's good to understand that was the, regardless of whether he did it on purpose, that was the correct thing to do. And right now, that low kick, it might be a symbol that he was expecting. He was trying to punish a fuzzy guard, and that was really smart. That was really good. It's a good low kick. Low throw is a better option against fuzzy guard, but if you're not sure, low kick's not bad. Now, if he was sure, he should definitely have done low throw, right? One thing he does need to do is do PK punish. That was really good. See, very smart play. He used the 3P as a meaty. So good. So really good play. That was a really fun match. I like how he was adjusting, and he was much more dynamic with Pi than he was with Shun. Maybe because with his Shun, he's used to doing game plan. I will say, when I fought people who like to switch characters, one of the things that I do feel when I fight them is they're playing the characters too much as caricatures. They're solving problems too much using the characters as opposed to developing, like, how do I solve the problem with the same character, right? And that's a big deal because this game, every character, that's not a bad thing because he's learning the game. Okay, he's learning the game, so it's perfectly fine. But again, but the thing is you want to be able to solve your problems within the character in this game. You want to be able to, because every character is capable of it. This game is, yes, matchup matters, but every character in this game has a really complete, robust tool set. And learning how to solve the problems with the moveset is really good. Shoot, I hate that. That's the problem with 1K. The problem with 1KK is if you do the 1KK, I get a free. You need to counter hit with the 1K. Otherwise, I just get like a free low punch or a free low attack, really. Good. Really good use of 9K. I did try to block low. He'll bring the Sarah. So again, so what are we seeing, right? We see that his Pi actually is very dynamic. We see that his Shun has a lot of tricks. But it would be good if his Shun also was more dynamic, and it would be good if his Pi also had more tricks, right? And this is similar to like when I watched the player Jup from, I think, Sweden. Good. That was so good. And the player Jub will play Jackie like all reaction. He won't try to Yomi as much. And by accident with our connection he will do delay. Right? But then he buffers with every other character. Well, it would be nice if his Jackie did both, and it would be nice if his other characters did both, you know? And it's kind of one of those things where when you keep switching characters, you tend to turn the character into a style. And this game, every character can play many styles. But again, both players are learning, and I don't want to just like ignore the fact that they're in the learning phase, and that learning multiple characters is a good thing. But like, and actually, for a lot of Vanessa players, I tell them to play other characters after a while because they need to learn how powerful throw is. They need, and the fact is their character has good throws. So it's just more like they need to understand how to set up throws, how to use throw as an answer, and why do they need to learn that? Because everybody else learns it by default, but Vanessa is allowed to learn how to attack her way out of problems. Nice. That was so good. Good rep. That was a good game. Really good game. So yeah. Leon's 9P. I believe it's minus on block. I'm very sure of that. But there's games I like to play with it. It's a funny situation, and of course, the further away I am, I can set up the frame to be a little safe, like just to be a little different when it's maxed range. But I actually don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's minus on block. But Leon has a lot of fun options to mess with people. Good. Good. Eventually, he'll realize that this body position you should evade. You should evade Leon, and I'll tell him. Almost rung out. Very good. That was a good pickup. I told him yesterday that he needed to start doing that. He needed to start hitting people that stay on the ground. And he's doing that. So the 9KK was a really cool one, actually. So what is a character choice about when it comes to playing? Sorry, no, it's not an odd question. It's about having a different toolkit. Because you like the general styles that character is strong at, or maybe you like the way they cover their weaknesses. It definitely the characters do guide the general strategies you should consider. And sometimes it's just the fact that you like a character. Characters are personality. Good. Good choice. He used 1KK, which beats the 9K. But now I can do other stuff. Especially because it's pi, actually. I can do other stuff. That was such a good move. Thank you. Now I do think I can do more, but right now I want to win that round. Very good. Okay. Having to predict ahead of the lag is a little tougher with this type of fight, but I can do it. Good. He did it! Okay, that one I can punish that move. Damn it. Yeah. But his pie is doing really, really good. I like making good stuff. It is utilizing the connection too. It's utilizing the connection more. You have to do it. You got to master your environment. And if you can see it as just an environment, it makes it a lot easier. And not worry so much about fairness, right? Again, because fairness is the thing that makes us angry, right? Damn it. That was good. Really awesome. That was a really nice choice. See, now he's using mid reversal against Crush. That was a good choice too, using that fast attack. Good. See, now he's like, no, you're not going to... So he's realized that he's conditioned me to do 8K. Now look at how powerful 3P plus K is, that two-handed attack. I should have done the runaway earlier. I wanted to be cheeky, but I should have done it earlier. Really good use of 3P plus K. Good. Good. Very smart plays. Okay, so that shouldn't be plus on block, right? I guess it is plus on block, but wow. But he is opening himself to low attack, so let's see. Okay, he's opening himself up to low attack. We'll see if it works later, and we'll see if he has a trap for that. It might be a trap. It might be one of those things where, but that's weird. Too bad that was punishable. That was guaranteed too. Or not guaranteed. Yeah, it's pretty close, but he stagger breaks, so it worked. Oh my god, the lag is that rough. Maybe. This is hard when you can't guard punish. When you want to, also. When you're playing the guard punish and you can't, that's really hard. So it's like, man, Pie's even safer than normal. That's okay. That's what makes Pie a very strong character. So. Very smart. Good. He's read it. He completely read all that. Really good. So he had really good reads there. Yeah, it is challenging, but it's okay. I wish I could guard punish, but it's all good. it's like, it's what it is. He knows it too. And the important thing was he made those reads. That was really good. Oh, yeah, way more than Japan. Japan I have great connection to. But now this is where I'll force him into Nitaku a bit, and we'll see how it goes. No. Australia, I mean, you have to imagine, like, a fiber optic line through the ocean, through that much of ocean, right? There's at least a decent network to run through that you could run through to Japan, and it's much closer than going to Australia. Yeah. Paul, it's awesome to see you, man. Hope you've been doing really well. Man, the evade was correct, but he doesn't do dash, which is good. Man, that move has become a real powerful barrier right now in this connection. Yeah, well, I mean, a fiber optic line running all the way to Australia is pretty, like, an insane idea already. But that's what it is. But yeah, his Yomi though, this is where his Yomi is really good. Oh my god, did you see that? I tried the 8K, but I got kick instead, and that's okay. But I tried the 8K here. I got kick. I got standing kick. Oh my god, I could not do the 8P plus K. Really good that he knows to commit. Good. His like I said, there's something that like is very underestimated about Elson. He has good reading ability, and he's learned a lot from fighting two monster players, Mike and Jihoon. Because he's fought Mike and Jihoon, he's learned so much, and he's learned like how to problem solve and which directions to problem solve in. And so he might have trouble like following instructions, but he's really powerful at just seeing and observing by reading. You know, I mean by like watching. So I like for the level that he's at. I love like his Yomi, and that eventually he applies it really well under pressure. Okay, that's not the one. I feel like there's a combo that I'm trying to figure out here. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And then he knows to do like jab into that move. It's like the power of the wall with Leon here. Boom, boom. That was good. That was in principle. He pulled off a delayed 3P plus K. Good, and he went with that because he's like, yeah, Chanchai's gonna do this. He's applying his reads. He's also he realizes how he's conditioned his opponent, not in those terms, but he kind of realizes the effect of his plays, or like what his opponent does. Good. Now I can do 1K. I've been trying to do 1PP for a while. Awesome set. Awesome set. That was an awesome set. He'll probably switch characters, but that was an excellent set. Alright, he's going to stick with Pi. But like I said, solve the problems within the character. His Pi is more dynamic. And but he also started to realize what tricks he could use. And he's found good game plans. So let's keep this up. Also, even when I'm trying to guard punish, I can't guard punish, so this is like the risk reward has changed quite a bit. It's not broken, but it is different, and I gotta but it does make me use more risk to deal with it. So let's see what we can throw at him this time. I have to learn how to deal with this move. So here's the thing about that move. On a connection like this, it's way stronger. Because even normally to punish it, you can't even buffer. Like, or more like you have to act like you're buffering as early as possible. You can't wait. And it sucks. It's like that normally, and this is why I say Pi is a character where you have to like respond right away. Like you have to do your buffering very early. You have to buffer punishes against her. Very good. He's using the punch punish. That is how you use it. Look at that. Okay, good. And he's like, I'm gonna block and I'm gonna bar. Not a bar. I'm gonna block and I'm gonna punish Chanchai for barring. Very good. So, the good thing about this, there's a lot of good things about this training for me. One, I have to be really conscious. This is actually making my pie guard punish better because of how early I have to do it. You already have to do it early against pie, and now on this connection I have to do it I have to do it almost like as if I was reading it, you know? But that's good because it keeps me conscious of it and gives me prepared, and that ultimately is going to make me better at it. So good. Good. I hate that. Nice. That was a nice mix-up. I still thought it was going to be a low. And so now he's conditioned me really well. Now his game is opened up again. Now he's waiting. So because he's waiting, I can't evade. Because he's trying to react now. Very good. That was a good game. That was a good round. This is really hard. My risk is up because I feel like I need to hit him with stuff. Pie's risk very low though, and I'm losing out on that. So we'll see what I can do to deal with this. We'll see how I can problem solve this. It's hard because you do want to be able to guard punish pie the rare moments you have it. And right now, it's hard to do. Like, I have to really see it pretty early. And again, he's waiting, so I couldn't. That was a failed evade. I couldn't 8K that. I tried to 8K that. I don't think this was meaty timing either. Like, that's so late that 8K just didn't come out. That's okay. Good. So right now, the reason I have to attack right away, he's playing on delayed timing, meaning he's trying to react, and so he's I don't think he's he's delaying on purpose, right? He's not doing a crouch dash to do it. He's just kind of doing it. And so when someone plays at this speed, that's when you do like buffer timing. So buffer timing, meaning you just input right away, you do direct stuff, because when we do an attack clashes, that's what's going on. It is important to understand it because it's like ECD opens up, evade canceling opens up if the opponent does immediate. So right now, the way I'm playing opens up, would open myself up to losing to an ECD. Good. Very good choices. Look at that. That is so good. That was really good. I didn't realize that, like, you can connect that, like, but yeah. But to me, it is worth problem-solving laggy connections, because sometimes you play at someone's house and they play on like a big widescreen, an old one that has got delay on it, and it's even worse than a laggy connection actually. Nice, very nice. This is really hard to hit Pi, but that was a good choice. That was a good choice too. See, that's punishable. That's punishable. It's like, give me a break. It's like 2 punishes that I did correctly and I buffered, but with the connection it's even harder because Pi, it's hard. It's hard to do it against Pi even offline. And that's what I mean, like, when I'm saying that, like, Pi is a character that... That's my bad. And I got punished for doing a PK punish. Maybe it's not PK punishable. Let's do this though. We'll just give up on trying to punish that. I'm the one with the life lead. Yep, too late. Wasn't high enough damage. What the hell? Low punch should win there. Thank you, mister.
I want a serious fight. Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Forgot to train, eh? You'd better take me seriously. Round one. Ready,
Good. That was really good. So that was a good choice. He did 1K into evade. I actually like that a lot. 1K into evade is a good option because people do want to low punch right away. Now you don't get much from that, but there is other ways to play, but still good. I'm glad I inputted that before the lag spike. He really should use 6-6 plus K more. But I do know that he does use that move, so. I blocked that. Give me a break. I blocked that. It's okay. It's what it is. It's what it is. Let's deal. Next problem. Yeah. That was nice. That was really good. Good game. Good game. Let's see. I have to knee talk almost everything. Let's try this. Really good choices again. Stagger's gonna be really hard. Nice. Okay, can't low block that. I feel back throws coming. Half circle back throws coming. Nope. I see. to the wire.
Forgot to train, eh?
Yeah, he was asking about the flow of a bar, and it's tempo. Yeah, when people are attacking like crazy, then it's about tempo. And there's a paper rock scissors with the tempo.
Round one. Ready?
Hmm. Nice. Okay, it's close enough that time. 8K would have been. Maybe not. It might have been meaty. I can't do combos.
Round three. Ready? Excellent. Round four. Ready? Go! Knockout.
6 KP is a good move to use against me in this situation.
Ready? Go! Knockout. Forgot the train, eh?
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. here.
Round one. Ready? Go! Knockout.
Wrong way, wrong way.
Round two. Ready? Go!
Good. He wanted to go for 3P. Yeah, that was really good. It's hard because I can't get anything to hit, but I will. I just need to throw more, actually, but we'll see. We'll see what he actually responds, but... Good. Can't do combos. Can't react. I need to... Can't play reaction right now. Let's see what I can do. That's rough. That's rough. That was a good game, though. 3P plus K is such a good move. Push games don't work. It's good at countering push games, so that's good. Let's see here. I can deal with this, though. It's annoying that's a guaranteed damage that's gonna miss, right? And using an 11 frame jab too at that. That's okay. Very nice. I can't believe that won't block. Oh my god, I blocked too. That's too bad. So the problem with doing fuzzy guard blocking is you can be late on block. On this connection. I do need to low punch in the throw though. Tried to evade that. But I think it held the button too long.
two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go! Round four. Ready, go!
Good game, good set.
A serious fight.
Hey, really good sets.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, yeah. It's
Wow. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
it's really good battles, but it's really hard when you can't guard punish Pi. So it's like jeez.
This got a bit deep, man. Cause I was like,
Oh, it's good.
This is how it works because, and I appreciate all the like compliments and feedback. So I want to write back and say, now I can finally show you what my Pi can offer and like what my other Virtua Fighter characters can offer. Because
Yeah.
I need to get used to that player, just like any other player.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like how I did with Mike and Ji-hoon, and then now I'm starting to understand, oh, okay, so this is some of your tactics, your strategies, and
Yeah.
then some of the habits.
Uh-huh.
And then I realized it's like really cool how, okay, you switched up. This is what I mean by changing the pace to your advantage. It's like suddenly something just changed after 4 sets in because like you understood, oh, okay, Elson's going to punish this, he's going to punish that. If I use the back turn, especially the low, and especially it's Oki's Muzzy. Like when I fall on the ground, and then usually my tactic is jumping away. But Leon, he has so many options. He can go do the back turn, up PK, and then it goes like really far, creates that space, and then you just wait until they sweep on a rising KKK, and then you just do the down feed to sweep. But it's quite damaging, that one actually, especially on counter hit. And it hit them low, which makes more setups because Leon has so much like ground game, man, and that's the key. I realized you gotta find mids that like fast ones too.
You have to use fast mids against him.
Tool for Pi is his her push, the down 4 PK, very valuable tool because especially for players like high level players like yourself, Mike and Ji-hoon, this is a surprising thing. This always works. I'll share a little thing of Pi. Like you notice how I do the P, like just a punch, and then I follow up with down 4 PK to get the counter hit. It's almost like a fake.
No, it's really good. It's a really powerful one because we're gonna try to deal with mids and high and throws, and so we're not gonna deal with lows. So with Pi, 3P is one of the best moves, right? You need to use most people need to use 3PP, right? Because you can set up 3PP into 6P. You can do 3P and you can cancel it into stuff. And so 3P, like if you fight Japanese, they will use 3P like crazy. And they will test how you use it.
I rarely use it against you because, even though I have used it, only one time successfully, just to kind of like try, I wonder how would Chanchai react to this. So, at the start, round 1 fight, my start would be the down forward 3 and then P forward P, which actually struck you because I noticed you have very strong forward momentum movement and then also to back off. And so it's hard to fight someone with highs, because a lot of rewarding attacks that are high.
Yeah.
You just duck the blow. Now I understand your super ducking.
Yeah.
Super duck is like, no wonder it's so hard to hit, and not only that, more importantly, throw you.
Yeah.
Like almost 30% of the time I can get a throw in with Mike and Jihun, right? But
Yeah.
then you're like one of the hardest to. Now the thing is, Mike and Jihun, even though they get thrown,
Yeah.
they take most of my throws, so they're
Right.
pretty good at predicting and anticipating already.
Yeah.
They already have their OPG or whatever their
Right.
disadvantage. They're already right there. But you, I can't. It's
No.
almost like I have to create a moment where I know this is the only time that Chanchai. It's like a window of opportunity is so slim that I can
Yeah.
only throw you. It's a rare instance. It's so hard to throw. You're one of the hardest people to throw. I love
Right.
throwing,
But
you're very hard to throw.
right. But being able to throw escape is stronger. It's a stronger Yomi play. And
Yeah.
because you can deal
Yomi
with a lot
play.
of the situations in throw escape. And so they use guard throw escape a lot more. They're allowing themselves to be thrown more because the risk reward situation works out. Like because the risk reward situation works out better. And ultimately that's stronger. Right now I make it hard to throw me because I'm playing kind of like VF3, VF4 style. Where it's because I Abari a lot, right? And the Abari makes it hard to throw.
Yeah, you
And so-
Abari so much.
And so there's a lot of sequences and there's a lot of it's a lot of like if you do high and low you run the risk of me crushing it, right? But you've kind of seen like how it works. And so you've gotten better at dealing with it. Now that said, the hard part is I am also having to adjust through the connection the whole day. It's not bad.
Yes,
it's a good
yes,
connection, but this is like the first. This connection feels more like the first time we played than say yesterday, right?
Yes, you know what? That
And
was strange.
so-
I felt at the very beginning it was a bit slow. I was like,
Right.
okay.
Well-
Not as,
Well, I mean, my
yeah.
stream can see it. Like that, I even like guard punish is like I have to be way early. It's a combination. Part of it is that the fact
Yes.
is you have to be early to guard punish Pi. Period. So like when she does like 3PP 6P, you actually have to input
3PP.
like you have to input when she does like the low punch into uppercut, like to
Yes.
punish that, you have to kind of like you don't have much room to buffer. You can't just wait and punish it. You kind of have to punish it right away. And that's offline play.
Oh.
Online play,
Yeah.
you have to kind of have to be inputting the punish like after the second punch. You know,
Oh, the
like
second punch already.
like before the uppercut hits you, you have to kind of input the punish.
Yeah. Put the inputs already.
And so
What's-
and that's kind of why you saw like 3K plus G. I don't know if you noticed how many times I actually did a PK just to try to punish it. And like let me look up the stats on it because I'm pretty sure it's punishable. It's not Nitaku, right? So, but maybe it's
Let's have a
Nitaku.
look.
3K plus G is
Let's have a look. Pi move VF.
yeah, it's a minus 15 move, right? However, even though it says
Minus
it's
15.
so even though it says minus 15, that's like you don't have much time. That one is also like normally you have like a lot of time and you could input like 12 frames before you recover because that's the input buffer, right? But Pi's that
Change your
move
punish.
like
Yeah.
you don't have much time to. In my experience, you have to even offline, you have to input the punish like right away, really quick.
Yeah.
Like when it hits you, like that's when you do it, right? So, and so I did PK against you many times after blocking that move, and not side turn, like normal facing forward,
Just a
right?
normal.
Just facing forward because that's why you were using it a lot because it was a very good move to use, and you're like he's not punishing it, right? And your instinct was to actually evade it, was to evade after that, and so when I did PK punish, your evade would evade me and then you would hit me. It was very consistent, so I had to switch to throw punish.
Throw punish.
Like I had to punish with throw instead of like PK. And normally I would punish it with like an eye gouge is what I'm supposed to. But even doing PK,
Oh,
4
down
frames
4K.
faster,
Oh, that one.
right? Leon's
Right.
Leon's jab is 11 frames. So I have to
Yes.
use like PK punish, meaning 11 frame punish for a minus 15 move, you know, and it's still whiffing because like you're able to evade the PK, right? And so it's like okay, yeah.
Can I just double check something? You know what? Because when I was using Leon, I was studying the frame and a bit, and you know the eye poke gives you plus 15. I don't know, plus 13 frames.
Right. So he's able to PK.
advantage.
No, it's about plus 12, but yeah. Because he can only PK. He can't KK
instantly
after.
go for PPP because you know when you do the PPP.
What you
right?
shouldn't do
Does it
PPP,
connect
but
all
yeah.
Yeah, does I mean that's a weak option, but at least it's something. Does that connect all 3 Ps if I get the eye poke?
No, it should only be the
after,
first 2.
or only the first 2.
It should only be the
it's
first
only
2.
The first 2 hits.
So
Only the first 2 hits.
yeah. So the correct thing to do with him is usually eye poke into PK. Now I can do PP into a mix up after that, so that's fine.
Yes.
But
Gotcha.
most people
That
aren't really
means-
gonna play into that. So
Gotcha. You know what? What is the eye poke counter hit plus frames?
the eye poke.
That must lead you to maybe back forward K, right? You can do a float.
It's like minus 15, so I can 4K you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. I see.
So it's like
Damn, I see.
Yeah. So that's why one time today I did do that to you. So one time I did counter hit you with the eye poke, and I didn't have to confirm it. I just knew it was going to counter hit. So I animation checked. So I was watching and I saw an attack animation while I was doing the eye poke.
Right.
Yeah. But like doing that is easier than like guard punishing Pi. it's like you know like, it's kind of dumb, right? But you know.
It's like, That means if.
So now I'm not complaining. I'm not trying to make it a big deal that I couldn't guard punish your Pi. What I mean by it though is that when the connection is at the state where punishing like guard punish is out there, then it means there's a lot more Nitaku, but it also means that some of the Nitaku situation is a little more fuzzyable. However, there was weird things with that too, because there were times when I would do like a crouch dash into a standing guard, but doing that on this connection sometimes caused me to not guard in time, and so sometimes I got hit while doing that. So it was interesting, but it wasn't bad. It was just more like, okay, I got to get used to not doing that. And basically, I have to so I have to subtract from like my options list, and then I have to work with a narrowed options
less
list.
defensive tool on your belt.
Yeah, right. But it's also it's also true for a lot of offensive options too. It's like, okay, I cannot react to this, so now I need to. So what you're seeing is me squeezing the move list and then figuring out the options. And then it kind of gets into.
That's how you. If it forces you to like try and like economize. Like, what else can I use to, like, problem solve the situation? Which really, I really felt like how many matches? 1 or 5 sets. So like that level when like second set of Pi, and then it was like the Great War of China. Actually, not even from the beginning of like versus Pi set number 2. That was. Wow, it just like, it really went deep. We were going back and forth, and then, okay, you do this, okay, I figure it out, and then I do this, you figure this out. And so I remember like, whoa, there was some new stuff, there was wall stuff, there was like a jumping away situation, and there was like, it was fun. And then I noticed that you also started, God, like, you did all this Abari, it's like, man, so much pressure to like stop this like onslaught, and then suddenly when like, okay, finally I got a bit of momentum back, and then when you came up and woke up, and then suddenly you started blocking, standing block, and took your time. I was like, wait, what? Oh wow, okay, who's gonna? And then we both blocked. Block and
that's how VF goes. Yeah,
it's so fun. I enjoy these moments where it's like, wow, really thinking deep, man. It's like, this is good.
It is. This connection is very playable, but a lot of options get squeezed, so it's like, okay, I need to change this. And some of the stuff meant like some combo routes got like worse. That was the hardest part. The hardest part is when you realize that like you can't complete certain combos. So you're like, okay, I can't do this combo. It's like, you know, but sometimes you find
it's
it.
Strange how yesterday's connection was a little bit better. Is it because now it's 5:32? I don't know, man. Like you jumped into my room yesterday too, so strange.
No,
I'm
it's a lot of
turn on
fun.
my
It's just what
computer.
it is. Like I said, it's gonna be different every day. I mean, that's how it is.
Yeah.
So
I
you
guess that
know,
was luck where it's like, just
yeah.
lucky. Now, yeah, then my Shun, like, I played, I was like, oh man, I knew
Well,
something's gonna be different now. And he's like, wow.
well, so so
Just
what I did say
crushed.
though was that I said on stream that your Shun is good, but at the moment it's a lot of set plays. It's a lot of like under and then Shun is very strong at that. But your pie is a lot more dynamic. You were solving problems a lot quicker with your pie.
Yes. Dude, this is why I
And
like
so
Pi, because she has a lot of tools that are quick and mid quicks. So it's like, and I know the high level players, like, they're most likely to get hit from a mid rather than a standing because of the techniques that you, Mike and Jihoon. And this is why I use lows. And that's why her sweep is good.
Well, no, and you
Only
should.
if
Honestly,
you block
with
it,
Pi, you
then
should.
it's bad.
Like,
It'll be bad for me, but
you used really good lows. You used 6-6P plus K, not as much today, but you did use it. 3P, though, is really good. And that's like, it's a good move against anyone. And it's a good move because it's a quick low that's going to give you the reward of a mix-up, right? It doesn't reward you right away. Now, that said, the reason Mike or Jiyun or myself will allow the 3P is we're more focused on how to win the guessing game that you do after it. So we're focusing on how do we defeat the thing after it, because that 3P doesn't do much damage, but it sets up one of her best games, right?
It's more of a setup. You actually provided me a new perspective, like, to really think about trying that 3P out. The reason why is because I don't like to take that risk. It's because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, for good reason, because we're
Sokusui. Yeah, the why it's like I rarely use the 3P a lot is because execution's 21. That's really slow for me. Like, and I get that. This is why your Leon will always punish me with the down forward 2 to 3P with a count hit. That's why it's scary. It's like, oh, better not use it. He's gonna get me with that.
But as you play, you start to see more applications for the moves, right? I can tell you adjustments that you've made fighting me that are good ones, right? First off, with your Shun, the good adjustment you made was you start to realize I was evading to the front. Whether you knew that or not, you realized 1KK was pretty much the thing to use against me because I was kept evading to the front. So that meant 1K, like, in my mind, I'm allowing the 1KK to be your option. But, that said, so here's what you do with that. Shun's 1KK by itself is so-so. It's a good low and gets some damage. The real power of it is actually the Okizeme after it. You need to Okizeme after. Now, so you need to and right now you're not punishing me for staying down after 1KK. You're doing setups that would beat me if I tech rolled. So you need to what you need to do with Shun's 1KK is to improve your Okizeme on that. And it's true that you need to improve your Okizeme in general, but your Pi is doing a little bit better job of doing that. Your Shun can do that if you start focusing on the 1KK situation and do Okizeme there. Then I would be more afraid of the 1KK.
Can you give me an example? Once I do the 1KK...
I don't know Shun. I don't know Shun enough.
You don't know?
No, I'm just saying you could even just doing a ground hit would be understand that you did a 1KK plus a ground hit. That's not bad.
Okay.
Right?
No, I understand.
You could do you could drive home the message by doing 1KK in the pounce, and that wouldn't be bad either. You know, like, but you could be telling your opponent, hey, you better start tech rolling.
It's interesting that you say that because now that you're giving me the reason why I rarely do the like the follow-up punish, right?
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example of Shun. So after the 1KK, you can easily, and if I got the 8 drinks, I do the back down forward PK, with the double PP.
Yes.
That one's very deadly. But I've done that and I've tried other ones like if you got 8 drinks as well. Or 7 actually. You do the 3P PK.
Yes.
And then he does that one too.
Right.
But when playing Mike and Gio, no, they don't fall for
Well, they don't fall for it, but because you got to push them into it.
Because the moment they get up, quick get up,
Yeah.
and then they will always get back at me with
Yeah.
a counter, and that's why it's so risky because it's so punishing. And
Right,
I'm
but that's
scared to
because
follow.
you got to push them into it. You got to push your opponent into those options. So like this is a game where you really got to push people into doing the option that you want to punish. So
Interesting.
so you need to look at your Okizeme is something that is definitely like one of those things where I feel like he's not quite there yet on his Okizeme because he doesn't punish people to stay down the ground. But as he figures, but as you figure out more and more of those, you're gonna see results come up from that. Now it takes time. It takes like hundreds of games. It takes hundreds of games.
Yeah.
But you gotta work on it. But that's a good adjustment that you made though. So that is a good adjustment you made with Shun's 1KK. Basically using it more because it's like, oh, he's gonna take it, right? Now whether or not it's a good thing or not, that's up to you. But basically, because I kept evading to the front, eventually you start using 1KK more. That's a good adjustment.
Yes.
With your Pi, good adjustments. Understanding that you can block where you use the 3P plus K, and basically you countered a lot of spacing games with that, because you realize that a lot of spacing games I'm actually minus, but I'm long range, and then 3P plus K is just so fast at 12 frames it just stops a lot of them. So you use it there. You realize that I do anything but block low or crush the low.
Yes,
Right. So you did like low rising attack. So then you use sweep really well. Now that's an opportunity to throw me as well. And Pi has a good throw game. So anywhere you use sweep, just remember that same as yesterday. Anywhere that you use sweep successfully and consistently is a good place to do a throw as well. Now, I'm not saying you have to stop doing sweep, but I am saying you have this option available, and your throws can do more damage than your sweep. But your sweep also sets up Okizeme as well, So sweeps are good. Sweeps are not bad. But yeah.
This is so interesting. Like okay, again, just to justify why I really do it is because I've already played so many games with Mike and Jihun that that approach won't work, but it might work for you. Like another one for Shun, for example, a simple one is like 1KK, and then just the 1PK. The annoying down. It's a very far-reaching attack. The down back one. Down back punch and kick with the sweep. The low 2 hits. It's a weird move where he just hits you with his elbow, ducking, and then does a sweep follow-up. That one, that also works too. It's just, I've gotten so used to where if I use any of those approaches, they're just gonna, put me, do lots of damage, 50%.
Now here's what I'm gonna tell you though. It's a really hard thing in this game, and it's hard to overcome, and this is a challenge that you've got to overcome. Because you're playing such strong players like Mike and Jihun, and because they are good at reading throws and they are throw-escaping well, it makes it feel like throw is not as good of an option, but you got to remember throw is always a really good option. It's just that, and you have to get yourself to be okay if they guess right, but also low. Like, okay, here's the thing. We want to win and lose so bad. And a lot of times we're just looking on how do we win a situation, and that's good. That's how we learn the game. But at some point we elevate our ability by going beyond just winning and losing a situation, right? Sweeping is really good because it resets the situation and it's technically a win. But there are times when something that was a little more risky but higher reward was the better call because you had the better read. So sweeping is something where you kind of like, I think he's going to block high, I think he's going to sidestep, not really sure, but it's probably these things, and might attack, and I think sweep will just work here, right? Sounds good. But the throw, but when you start to feel he's going to sidestep, throwing is really, really good. Or technically the half circular is the best when you know they're going to sidestep, but it's a really hard read. and so it's a higher reward for a higher risk. But
Yes.
but I would say that before that, throws come up. So you're like, okay, I know he's probably going to guard and he's probably going to sidestep. Throwing is really good, and throwing is better than the sweep. Now the risk is, of course, if they abari, but again, it's about the read. So you don't want to make yourself so like afraid to do throw. Do it. You just say I guessed wrong, right? So if somebody abaris your throw, and just say I guessed wrong. And similarly, if somebody escapes your throw was if somebody does a throw escape, it actually means throwing was the correct option. You just guessed wrong. That's it. He guessed right. He just happened to guess right. Okay? Now, it might feel like they're in your head, but being able to throw people that are good at throw escaping is a skill that eventually you have to have that skill. Eventually. Maybe not today, but eventually. So getting good at throwing is never a bad thing. It's something to keep working on. And I'm not saying you have to always do throw. I'm just saying that when you're really sure that like they were going to guard or they were going to sidestep, you should not be afraid to do the throw option. And then
reality is it's easy for you to say that, which is great. I love the analysis and observation.
Yeah, the easy
perspective.
The easiest
perspective. Like,
actually, somebody in the chat brought up a good point. They said just throw neutral.
Oh yes.
And I am going to say this is really important. It's really important that you make it a three-way guessing game. If you make it a two-way guessing game, it's actually a lot easier to break you down. And but if you mix in just a little bit, just a tiny bit, right? Like if you did a Nash equilibrium of this, actually it would tell you to do neutral throw just a little bit, not like an insane amount, just a little bit.
Yeah.
But if you do that, you'll make them guess. Yeah, you'll make it hard for them.
I know so far this 5-setter with Shun, Pi, I did do a couple of neutral throws.
You did a lot of neutral throw. I never escaped them.
Yeah.
That was an adjustment you made. You just said, oh, neutral throw works, so you went for it. And I actually said, I think he's going to finally switch to back throw here. And he didn't, So,
but playing someone against you who's so good with your defense and low game, like just super crouch and all that, and the fact that you make it very scary with a punish if you miss the throw, right? Meaning you punish with the counter hit of 2 to 3p move. That's why it's very discouraging for anyone, not just me, for anyone who's playing against you to throw you.
I know. Well, that's also why I give out the hint, right? I tell them you got to find the spots where you got to find the spots where I like to sidestep, where I'm stepping. Stepping means throw vulnerable.
Yeah. And this is why going back to Pie's sweep, there's something I noticed, like when I know high level players, like they evade very effectively, I use that sweep because sure, if it's a mid or like standing circular, they can still, there's a chance of escaping that because of the fact that they can do the the evade, escape, guard, escape, like the special where you evade and then crouch dash, the super cancel crouch dash, whatever, that will stop any like circular to prevent yourself getting a counter hit on an evade. So I know high level players like yourself and Mike and Jim can do that. So this is why I use the low and then the sweep. Not only that, it's really sweet with a counter hit. It's not only damaging, but like what you pointed out early, I love setting up. I love the setup where they for Pi, a counter hit on the sweep, it's already a knockdown. Yeah. So that's when they're like on the ground, and then I could either just get away with a 3p or do the Gumazi, like just jump away and then do the setups from there. So
absolutely.
Very interesting. Well, what time is it over there? Oh, Jesus Christ, man! It's time for you to get to bed.
If you want, I can do about one more set, but there's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot.
I will say one last adjustment you made that's really good, and I think you knew this yesterday.
Sure.
You realize that 2 and 3 hit strings are especially, and Pi does all of these, right? 2 and 3 hit strings are very powerful against me because I like to evade an attack. And when the connection's like this, I can't evade check that well. It's really hard to evade check when the connection's like this. So doing a 2 or 3 hit string is even more powerful. So.
2 or 3 hit. Oh, okay. An example, you mean like a P, like a simple one, PPP?
Yeah, or even just 3P, P, 6P, right? But you were doing a lot of strings that like strings that have 2 or 3 attacks in them, and it's really powerful against somebody that likes to evade punish. Now against
Actually, no,
Jihoon
I'll-
and Mike, it's
I'll-
hard to do. But yeah.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
they're going to focus
ahead,
on
go ahead.
punishing any 3-hit string. Most 3-hit strings are
Yeah.
punishable. So
You know what? I was surprised because no, I didn't use a lot of the strings because I've learned early on that I don't know whether you're conscious of it, but you managed to punish me very well when I
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
do
yeah.
a 1-2, even not even on the third
Well,
punch of any
be-
string for pi. You
I
just
punish-
like counter it with the.
I'll
that's what
give you a
do.
quick hint.
You do the.
I'll give you a
punch,
quick hint.
And then you do the.
So the
Oh, yeah,
key
yeah.
to that is that I low punch it. So what does that mean? That
Yes.
means that I'm attacking strings that have a high in it. That have a very blatant high in them. Especially if the third attack is a high. Now if the third hit is a mid, it's a very different story. And if the second hit is a
very
mid,
different,
it's
yes.
a way different story. So
Yes,
you need to
yes.
look at strings that have mids in them or lows. And then you'll understand why they're good. But also, so this is the thing. Strings are bad at low level play. But you're playing high level
Yes.
players, okay? Now, at high level, strings become good. And why do they become good? Because, first of all, at the low level of play, they lose to 2P. 2P just wins. And that's what I'm doing against you. Okay? So 2P just, like, stops strings, right? Like, any strings that's got a high in it, it's going to lose to 2P. But then you get to the intermediate level where people counter that. They counter the 2P. And now you've made the opponent not just automatically 2P whenever a string comes, right? Now in my case, I do it until you make me stop doing that. Okay, then I'll stop doing it. Okay, so then at high level, play, because people are countering 2P, then the string becomes good, and then delay string becomes powerful. Then, like, doing a string where you're like, punch, punch,
Delayed
punch.
string.
Like, you just do really slow strings. They become... You will see at the highest levels of play, slow strings are incredibly powerful. And that's because we're trying to play reactively. When the opponent tries to play reactively, they're not mashing 2P anymore. They do sometimes.
Oh, no.
But they're waiting for
I've seen
something.
it with Mike and Jihoon, with Mike's Lei Fei, and then also
Yeah.
Jihoon's.
Well, Lei Fei is another story because Lei Fei, like, wants people to low punch. Like, Lei Fei really destroys people that low punch. Like, he really wants people to low punch. He's like, I dare you, I double dare you again because I'm gonna destroy it. Like, Lei Fei really sets it up. He sets it up in many ways. He sets it up first with a lot of things that are plus on block. Then he sets it up with things that are minus on block, but they're spacing. Then he sets it up with the fact that he has attacks that crush low punch.
What was my favorite? Because this is what Mike noticed when I do the 2P to interrupt his Lei Fei game. Is he immediately midway switch stance to up PKG.
Yeah.
And then that's immediately deflect. Am I?
Yeah, but I think other options are worse. I think there are scarier options than that one, but that one frustrates me too. So I agree. Yeah, but Lei Fei is completely like, I dare you to 2P all my strings because I like it when you do that, you know. So so yeah. All right, let's do one more set. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay.
You're doing really good. Yeah.
Because my three mains are, you already know, Pai, Shun, and Wolf.
Yeah.
The one that was improving a lot, Mike noticed as he saw the comment, wow, your Shun improved. Because I saw a couple of videos of like high level players, like I think there was Japanese players. No, it was from my favorite Wolf player, Taz, who's Japanese. He plays online, he streams all the time. But there's like, he's already at a level where he's playing against high level players.
Yeah.
And then when there was a couple of like interesting Shun players, the move sets and the strategies are like, wow, what is this? I want to use it. No, not easy to replicate. So I think, should I use Wolf or Shun?
No, play any character you like. Any character you like, but play any character you like. But what I do want to remind you, every character is a robust, complete enough tool set. And so just always work on being able to solve any problem with any of the characters you're playing.
Gotcha.
And so,
'Cause you're craving so much
well,
feedback,
that's why I
just like,
well, the
oh,
reason so you're fine, but and like I told everybody, it's fine to, especially when you're learning the game, to learn multiple characters. However, a trap that does happen to a lot of people that start off learning multiple characters is if they just start
Yes.
thinking that that this is a match. Like, yes, this matchup always matters, but in this game, every character can problem solve pretty much all of the problems that are in the game. And
I agree to that.
and so the problem that some other people run into when learning is they tend to play this character this way and then that character that way. And so they end up thinking that the character itself is just completely the matchup strategy, and it's like, no, they're just a set of tools, and they can play. They do have strong
They can
strategies,
still overcome.
but they can overcome any problem that's ahead of them. Like, the problems presented in this game are so systemic that, there are some edge case stuff like super crouch, right? So Leon can super crouch at will. Now, what's the problem with it? So the problem with Leon doing a super crouch move like 4P plus K is you can just evade and then wait for that move to whiff and punish him, right? That's the weakness of that move. Any charge attack, the weakness is you evade it, and then you wait for it to whiff, and then you hit it. That's the skill to beat any charge attack, whether it's Wolf's P plus K or Leon's back punch and kick P plus K.
Back punch and kick.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now, why is super crouch not a common thing in this game? Because they're limited to the attacks. They're only properties of attack, right? Like, Pai has to put herself into Bokutai. She can't just instantly do it just to duck under mids, right?
Correct.
And same with Shun, right? Shun has 1 PK. That's a move property, but he's not going to just do 1 PK for no reason, and he's definitely not doing 1 PK just to go underneath mids, right? So it just happens to be that the opponent has to deal with the super crouch property because they realize, oh, my mid attack whiffs when I try to punish him for doing this 1 PK. Leon, but so then I just have to change the moves to deal with it. So super crouch is a very edge case thing, but Leon is the only one I know that can probably just do it at will, being like, he's going to do a mid, so I'm going to do peekaboo, and I'm going to duck under that mid, right? And that's why you see me do it in Rising, is if I really think you're going to do a mid Rising attack, right?
Yeah, you did the AKK.
Yeah. And then what I do is, oh, he didn't do a mid Rising attack, but we're really close to the mid, but we're really close to this thing being a full charge.
I also remember when you like, if I do the AKK, all you gotta do is just step to my back because it's very punishable. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm still getting used to it. Real quick, so the people watching, hey, thanks for watching Chanchai's channel and making comments and such, and keep supporting him, follow him. He's a really good guy and always supportive of the VF community. Very net positive to the community. I love it because you're always I love that energy that you bring, and very positive, very humble too. So
thank you very much.
He's starting over there, but because I'm not online.
He's not there today. No, he's probably asleep right now. Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Darknova and all the other cool people. And this is the plan, Chanchai. So this will be our last set.
Okay.
I'm gonna end the calls to concentrate, and then once I end, I'll do a quick goodbye call. All right. Thank you so much, man. Okay, great tips. All right, I'll be back.
All right. Cheers. All right, we're good to go. This is going to be our last set. This has been so much fun. He's playing really, really good. Again, we're playing U.S. versus Australia, and there is like a long, so there is lag, but it's not the worst, and there's something to work with. I tried to evade there. I'm from Oregon, from Portland, Oregon. That was good. All right, I'm gonna focus on the match now. But I am from Portland, Oregon, and he's in Australia. I forgot where. I think Sydney. Oh no, but it's really good to have you here. So thank you so much, Yuri. That's good. The 2-hit strings, really good against me. He tried to Abari, always bad idea. If Leon forces you side turn, Abari is bad. Good. He doesn't evade. Yeah, it's okay though right now. It's annoying that I can't wake up, but that's okay. Good game. Good first game. Worrying about... It's good that he doesn't evade because it means he's playing more linear, and that plays to my... That actually works for me, so... That's also why my attacking style works pretty well against people that are playing more linearly, but I gotta be more on my block, so... But my evade's pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna focus here.
Round one. Ready?
He does down, back, or down, I forgot. And can't rising attack there. So his hop games are really powerful. That's actually a weakness of mine, is dealing with hop games. They're the wrong way. Okay, he does get out of range there.
Round three. Round four. Excellent. Round five. Ready?
Tried to attack that, but that was good. This is Wolf. Make a bad decision and eat it. Wolf is a good choice for it, especially with the hop-away games, though, because he's gotten the read on them mostly, and I kind of mess him up. Alright, let's do it this. block. It's such a slow move. I don't know why they see it differently. I'm not getting the move I wanted. That's okay. Can't. I'm gonna lose all this. Too slow. God. So I just have to block it, but man, I don't know why. This connection you can't do elbow. Can't do elbow against low punch. Alright. Okay, gotta block in advance. Have to read it. And you gotta, low punch is hard. So, I mean, low block is hard here, because even if you see it, I had to block a little earlier. I don't know if I can deal with this, but I'll try. Hopping lows are so hard. Like, I have to hit him out of the air, and then I'm too late also. So it's like, okay. I don't have a read on when he's going to do it, though. So it's like, I wish I was good at reading that, but no. Good. Blocking damage is going to be very hard here in this match. Damn it, low punch was out of range. Can't punish this. So come on, I blocked that shit. That setup's gonna be too hard to deal with. Didn't have the time to avoid it. I'm gonna lose this set. I blocked that. What the fuck? I can't believe I can't block that. I can't believe I can't block that. I did a running block. Yeah. Did not work. Okay. Crouch dash in the block will get me killed. That's one of the hardest parts about adjusting to this, is that crouch dash block is bad. Like really bad. Normally you can block, right? Crouch dash only is about 5 frames. But crouch dash block just doesn't work, except in the fuzzy situation. But like doing it in the neutral will cause you to not block. So it's really bad. Let's see what I can do. Can't believe that. So fuzzy guard doesn't work there. That's a fuzzy guard too. So fuzzy guard's causing me to block late. Okay. Can't fuzzy guard. Okay. Too slow. Can't respond. Okay. That was a little hard to time. Okay, couldn't get the uppercut. Can't punish that. I won't be able to punish that. So he'll use Zenhookers on me. Yeah. Yeah, it's only set plays that work, and it's big challenge with Wolf. This is good, though. It's good stuff. God, Wolf. God, I can't believe I can't low punch that. Give me a break. Oh, it's so frustrating I can't low punch that shit. Or I mean 2P it, or high punch it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not gonna work. This is really hard. Can't tackle that either. So hard. Oh, this is hard. So many things have been eliminated, so I have to do a lot of low damage stuff against this high damage stuff. So hard. If I whiff, I'm so screwed. It's like, that's good. This is a fun challenge, but it's hard. Yeah, it's the last game of the night. Wish me luck.
Round one. Ready, go! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
Sorry. 3K plus G becomes so strong.
Ready, go!
Yeah, it's so screwed. And I couldn't even like go guard just to stop.
Excellent.
Oh, so hard.
Round five. Ready, go!
Good game. Yeah. Thank you very much, Talon. Oh, that was nuts. Oh, that was stressful as hell.
That was so funny. I mean, okay, no, and great match, by the way.
Yeah.
Great match, and you know what's so funny? Okay, I got a couple of things I gotta say too.
Yeah.
Comeback kid.
Yeah.
Comeback kid. I'll never forget this. Comeback kid. And then number two. You saw how I was so desperate. Like, I got a chance. I'm gonna try
Yeah,
and throw you.
it was good when you
reverse
did
and
that.
get you out the ring.
Yeah.
I knew already your low game is so good. Like, what's the chances of even getting him a ring out? That's why, and you did well. Like, you even backdash, and then you waited patiently and did the whole down forward PK move. I know that
Yeah.
move, and it just pushes me out. Great job. And shit, what was the other thing that I wanted to say about you? Oh, there's so many things. Oh no, it just got out of my head. But that would be so sweet because, like, when I wanted to say, like, wow, how could this be? I got up to 4 sets. I only need one more. I was like, so close. And I said, isn't this amazing? Because when I call you, if I did win, I say, thank you, Chanchai. Like, it's thanks for your advice.
I'll just say it was stressful as hell. I had the amount of things I had to eliminate from my repertoire was really rough. Like, because like fuzzy guard didn't work anymore in that set.
You know what I noticed? Okay, I'll tell you the weakness.
Yeah.
Because I noticed one accumulation of what advice that you gave me and my observation. I know you sidestep certain to the left or the right. This is why his missile kick or the down forward KG gets you every time.
Yep.
Especially on the counter hit. And that's why I was like, I better use this wisely. And I was like, oh, it's working.
No. So
that's why I got you.
here's the thing to understand.
Yes.
3K plus G is slow enough that now Okizeme, that's why people use it on Okizeme, because in Okizeme you cannot ECD your way out of it. In normal match, on offline, let's say offline, okay? Though it works in national.
You can get out of it.
On national connection,
wow.
here's the thing: ECD to Wolf's front is really powerful. And you ECD to the front because you can stand up and block the 3K plus G in time. And so you cut off half circle. So you cut off half circle. The screw hook is evaded because you evaded to his front, and almost everything, right? And even if he does like chop, like P plus K, you can just let go and like get hit by it instead of blocking it. That said, in general, I do have trouble letting go of block against P plus K anyways, so that move tends to hit me, so that was within normal things. The hard part is if we're fighting if we're fighting standing up, then normally I would be able to block your 3K plus G because I would ECD and then block it.
3K plus G.
So
okay, yes.
Yeah, so your big kick normally I'd be able to block it because ECD. Even though I failed the evade, because you're supposed to evade that move to the back, but I can normally ECD, stand up, and block it, and so I cut off a lot of Wolf's options.
That is no wonder.
Now, not only that though,
I see.
I think the biggest challenge I had to face when you were about 3-0, and I realized when you were at 3-0, was I cannot fuzzy guard under the current conditions at the time. And that even when I did fuzzy guard, my block would come late and I would get hit. So I think you went for an attack and I got launched for doing fuzzy guard, where it normally would work. So I was like, okay, now I can't fuzzy guard. I got to block normally. And I got to tell myself specifically not to fuzzy guard. Because there were times when I would be like, I'd elbow, you block the elbow, I fuzzy guard, and then I got hit. And I was like, okay, I can't fuzzy guard. And that's okay.
I see.
It just means I have to like take it out of, like, I have to try hard not to do it like automatically, like muscle memory. You know?
Muscle memory. No, okay, no wonder. The other thing is like how you came back was I observed when you started using throws against me when I blocked too long. That was that's when I started trying fuzzy dog, like, oh, don't grab me. But like you threw me very successfully. The forward throw and the back throw, both equally 60 damage. I know, like they're very powerful. I love his back spider throw, like the spider grab throw, which is the half circle back PG, because it creates distance. That's the advantage for that particular move compared to the one where it's my time with that half circle forward move. It gets you straight close up position. But I was like, wow, it just came back so good, man. Because like you read what I needed to do, you did the low.
Well, it was hard. It was really hard because it's like if I make a mistake, if I whiff, like your wolf would do like half my life, right? And then I guess correctly, and I'm doing less than a third. I'm doing about 25% damage. It's like so hard. I'm just like, this is like so hard because I can't use my normal tools, but it's what made it a fun challenge. Like this was a really fun match. Of course, I'd feel differently if I lost it, but I was like, oh, I gotta really I need to win like a lot of situations. And I'm only doing like 25% life because I'm having trouble setting other stuff up. But it made it really fun. It made it really grueling. So I think this was like an intense battle. I think people that watched it had fun watching it. But they definitely saw me frustrated. They saw me just being like, oh, this is so annoying, you know. Not because of you, just because I'm just like I can't fuzzy guard too. You know, it's like I can't ECDG. I can't like evade crouch dash in the guard and that's like a powerful thing against Wolf. So suddenly Wolf's having these guessing games through the whole match. That's like half my life. It's like, oh my god, I'm glad that you're on the ropes and that you're not. But I think if you played reckless, you would have won that set. So like if you just went like, I think that set, observing the way that I'm playing, and you might not know my challenges, but you'll know at least that I'm playing very passively, but still trying to win on attacks.
No wonder.
And I had to rely on a lot more mid-low and throw.
It makes sense. It made sense.
So then,
to me.
if you would go more aggressive, it would work. And if you realize that that I wasn't that I was getting hit with 3K plus G a lot, so it's like keep doing it, right? It's like you're not getting punished for it. So yeah. But no, it was really good battle, and your reads are really good. Your long range play is an extension of your reads. So because you have good reads, your long range play is really annoying, in a good way. And but that's the way it is. Like that's the thing is that's a skill you have, and it's a combination. And so like your use of you do hop away and hop in really well. And you make use of it with Wolf, which is what I like, because I feel like not enough Wolf players use those. Not enough Wolf players are doing the Okizeme. You could do more Okizeme. You could do a lot more Okizeme. Whether it's online or offline, it's powerful. Wolf, I actually think Wolf might have the best Okizeme in the game. I feel like Sarah has the best one, but I think maybe they're a tie. Because Wolf can really force really difficult decisions and with high reward. And whereas Sarah, it's more that she just has like all the time in the world to do what she wants, and she has a good setup. And so
and you know what the classic ones for Sarah? You just wait until the KK like rising kick or rising sweep.
Yeah, and then you just 4K
Sarah
plus
can
G.
easily backdash, and then she does that
the axe kick,
which I use now. Back to G and back KG.
Right.
Oh god, it's so good.
No, exactly.
It's so annoying too. It's
well,
so annoying.
that's annoying
And
too,
then
but she can also pick people up off the ground better than like if El Blaze was able to pick up people off the ground, he would have the best Okizeme.
He would have been very powerful. I see. But then similar to how your Leon up KK 8KK, like if you anticipate they're gonna do a rising sweep.
Yeah.
Sarah has hers too, up KG, and then it follows up with the down back KG combo. I'm like, man, it's so many options. But then Wolf, yeah, I appreciate you giving me feedback on that kind of like play where I utilize the hop back, hop forward. You
use all of Wolf's really good stuff. So your Okizeme uses the run properly. You use 4-6P, which is very overlooked in America. I think in Europe and in Australia, Europe and in do use 4-6P properly. Americans the strongest Wolf players in America obviously are great. That would be Chief Flash and Deniso 201.
Yeah, Chief Flash.
But but the new generation, they're only now starting to use moves like 4-6P. And it's really important, right? And you use the chop like P plus K, and you make a read. You're like, okay, does he deal with it or not? Oh, he loses to it, then I use it. If they deal with it good, then you stop using it. But it's such a good move. Your use of screw hook is really good.
Yeah, I was capitalizing that move, the setup with the PK chop after you wake up.
Yeah.
Only because I felt I have to test it out. Let's see whether Chanchai actually can evade or escape, whatever it can be. Successful so far. Like, oh, wow, it works on him, right? Under these conditions. But then when I play against like a Ji-hoon, red. You know what? I already know every time I do it, they evade. Every chop. No matter what situation, even if I fake it, I have to be very creative with that chop. Like, meaning, say they're already standing and I anticipate they're going to run in and hit me with something. I have to time it so right that then they don't expect that chop. But no way. When it's Okizeme and then they wake up from the, after getting knocked down and I do the chop, nope, they evade every single time. So it's like, no chance, man. But anything else I want to point out? I love your comeback. Just how I was like, every time I was like, oh no, it's like so close. Oh, Rigo.
I had to cut a lot of tools.
Frustration. You had a lot of tools that were like cut down, and that's what makes you very smart and very like effective in your Virtua Fighter, because you're economizing all the tools available. Like, okay, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. I'm gonna use this instead and see if it works, and you adjust it. So you
Thanks.
played brilliantly. It was
Yeah.
really good under those circumstances. So beautiful play. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if it was frustrating.
No, it's a lot of fun. Like I said, it's part of the game where I always feel that you have to have the skill anyways, because if you play in tournaments, you do like sometimes you have to fight yourself, and like when you feel tilt, right? So I feel like most people who complain that I wasn't playing like 100%, I feel like they haven't played enough tournaments, you know, because playing in tournaments, you gotta be able to win the tournament on like 70% of your strength.
Yes.
And then you need to be able to dig yourself out of like early matches at 30% of your strength, because you never know what's gonna mess you up that day.
I've been in so many situations where I'm like so little life, or no, sorry, opposite. Mike and Ji-hoon like very little life, and I'm on the third set. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get him. And then slowly there's that comeback. It's like, what? Ji-hoon's famous for that. You see, like, I'm sure sometimes you see Mike's stream, and then like he's like frustrated. He even asks you guys for advice. Like, what can I do in this situation with Sarah? Like, how do I get out of this bit? But Ji-hoon is insane with reads.
Yeah.
You know, especially when Flamingo, because as you said, there's so many options. Like, he knows if after he does the Flamingo setup, if you duck, he'll do the 3K, the mid kick, and it will crumple you. And then like, because you think you're gonna do the 2P, but no, that will hit you and it's counter hit. Then he does that combo. If it's not, he'll do the 4K, which will switch step and then kick you, and then like it will create distance, which allows him to do more options. Then he also does the KK 2K. And he doesn't spam. He's very articulate.
Yes.
So it's not like, KK. And then, like, if he knows that you're going to block low on the third kick, KK, because the KK third kick is a mid kick, which will stagger you, and then it will hit you with the fourth kick, then combo. Like, it's so crazy.
Well, that's the thing, though, about Sarah. Sarah's a interesting design because her general game is really safe, is encouraging you to play safe and to capitalize on opponent mistakes, right? But she has Flamingo stance, and the Flamingo stance is the opposite. Flamingo stance, yes, it has lots of advantage, and in theory she's safe, but actually Flamingo stance forces your opponent to gamble against you. And because you're forcing your opponent to gamble against you, it is a risky play. And that's why great Sarah players know how to use it really well and apply reads with it. Whereas people that are trying to get better with Sarah, you can see them struggle with Flamingo stance because you're putting your opponent into a corner where they actually have to double down against you, and now they're going to try to blow up your Sarah like more than normal, right? So
not only that, you told me something like, also you can do the 2P to interrupt. Man, it's hard to 2P June because he knows when you do the 3P, or sometimes even to the point where he'll do the feint, the PK, and then like after the feint it will lead to a combo, which is the 4 PK like strike. Like angel kick, and then combo. He's insane. And then I told you on the last stream that he's excellent with delays. Yeah. So the 4P knee, my God, this is the trick. He's very moral style. Yep. And it only hits when it's necessary. So P, advantage, block, and then elbow, because he knows you're going to duck, hits you. And then, especially when it's a counter hit, either throw or he does another.
Well, and it rubbed off on you too, because you did really good with that today. Like, patterns that you had today that were really good. Yeah. Like, against me, you would realize you were countering my patterns. So you were like, okay, Chanchai just did a jab, then he did an elbow, then he did an elbow again, and then you crushed the low punch, right? And then you did a lot of stuff like that. You did a lot of like you read when I would use a low punch really fast, considering we've only played yesterday and today. You read it really well, and you applied them really well.
So much. It's like it really helps to actually play like just training mode, just to get a grasp of like what Leon, like what's all his moves? What's the like? Okay, I understand his moves now. I read some of the frame data. Now let's translate back to what Chanchai was using and what were the ones that he used the most to capitalize on me. Oh, I see. Okay, so now I gotta learn how to block. You know, I practiced all three of them before. Like you looked after the kid and like put them to bed. During that time, I was like, okay, let's find out. Half circle forward punch. There's also the one where the 1K uses it very effectively last night, very often on me. And then the other one was really the down forward KG. And then, minus 16, minus 15, and then minus what, 24, whatever with the 1K. I was like, what? No wonder it gives you so much time to punish. And then I tried Shun. What's his best punish? Safest. 1KK. If I did have 8 drinks, I'll chow one. And then do the combo. Then for Sarah, it would have been every time you use the 9KK, it will hit back. Then, if it's the 1K for you, if you use that, then I use the down forward 3 kg. Now, for Wolf, I didn't do any of it. There was that one moment, I was like, oh my god, I couldn't believe it. Like, how did I manage to get to 4 sets? It's like, there must be an explanation, and which she explained because of the lag and all that stuff, which cut out a lot of tools. And you even did the dodging, evade, that special evade move, and then like, no wonder you got hit. So, but I was right at that moment where like, oh my god, just one more round. It's like, I couldn't get this. And you know what happened? You faked the timing of, shit, what was it? It's the, back down forward punch, which got me. And I was like, you know what I want to do? I was like, I almost blocked it because that was the last bit of life. And if I blocked it, I know how to counter it. I did the throw. That's how you counter those. Like, Wolf's best move is the throw. If you really want to be a bit more advanced, you can do the elbow dash, the hold down forward, down to down forward P. If you get a counter hit combo. But it's the throw. But if you didn't take it, then it would be good. But that's what I wanted to do. But other than that, I had fun, man. I had great fun. Thank you so much, man. The games with you is very analytical. You really go deep in it. I love playing people who are like Virtua Fighter people who are like very humble, and very helpful, and they're very analytical, and they're very good at the game. So and have a good laugh about it and fun. There's other people where like I feel sorry for who's the Vanessa play Blurring in. He felt really frustrated. Like I wonder what he felt bad about. Like he's third, but maybe he's a developing player, but he's got lots of skill. He is a smart player. He's one of our newer generation players, and
generation players.
So for him though, he is playing really well, but I think he is at a plateau, and I think it's frustrating when you're at a plateau. But I think he's gonna get another skill bump soon. But I mean, for me, my feeling about him is I feel like right now during the skill plateau, the things I think that would help him is actually taking it slow again, understanding that it's going to take time to keep growing. But if he can acknowledge that, I think actually it's a good time to practice lots and lots of different moves. I think I've played him a lot. I play him every week in the league, and I play him like tonight, and I play him here and there, and I do watch him play. So I think he had come up with a really strong repertoire of moves that he's really good at using and sequences he's good at, and his situational understanding has gotten a lot better. But right now I do think it's one of those times where you take a step back. What you do is actually so this is hard because a lot of Americans like to set winning as the goal or as the main metric to measure growth. And I would say actually set it aside and just say I'm okay losing for a while, but I want to try a lot of stuff out. And I think that's what he needs to do. I think Vanessa has a lot more moves that he's not using.
I was going to say, because I think that's what's adding to the frustration.
I think
clearly he's used so Vanessa's his main, right? And no other sub characters. Okay, well that means he has given a lot of time and experience playing her. But
There's just so much. She has the most moves, by the way, out of all the.
Well, she has like the biggest move list, and almost all of the moves. Actually, in VF, literally 99% of the moves are good moves. They just have an application somewhere. They don't have universal application, but they have places.
And just to remind you and the people listening, you know the Ji-hoon who's now like his main is Sarah, right, for this whole year.
Yeah.
Amazing. But his main was like the champion Vanessa. That's why I know what it's like fighting against him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The Superman punch is insanely good. It's like, what the? No risk. I mean, there is risk, but like, what? It can't be punishable even if you block it. And if you anticipate they're going to 2-key interrupt, you just do that easy ring up. Or
but I think
Vanessa's frustrating.
So I think the core of the challenge for Blurring is his focus on winning, because how do I put it? Some of his answers are about winning the situation, and that's good. That's good. That's not bad. When you're learning, that's what you need to do. But as you know, I play a utility character. I have to come up with many different angles of attack, ways to approach a situation, and so similar to that. So sometimes, like for example, against me, you know, he does have a script because of things I like to do, and they do work against me. So like he's like, oh, Chanchai is going to evade here, and so he'll do like I can't remember the commands, but basically the Brian Fury kick, where she'll step forward and do a full circular, right? And so it's like it's a really clean. So it's a really clean option, right? It's a clean option. However,
it is.
But it doesn't give you that much, right? And it's like, you know, if you have a deeper read than that, if you know specifically why that's working against me, you might have a better answer. And I don't want him to beat himself up over it. What I encourage is that I hope he will set the winning goal aside for a bit, the win counting, and just kind of go, you know, I'm going to take some losses, but I'm going to learn a lot more about this character. I'm going to go deeper into this character, you know? That's what I would like. I think is the best for him to do.
I agree to your assessment, because you're going to really excel by humbling yourself and just taking a step back. It's, you know what? It's a similar phase when I went through, like, I was super frustrated when I was like playing, even though I love it, I feel blessed because not many players in Australia play online, to play Mike and Ji-hoon at such a high level. I had to come in, like, at a high level. Like,
I wish I could play with Mike. I wish I could play with him a lot.
I wish we could play Mike. I wish all of you guys, the cool guys in the US, like, can actually play him. Man, what can I say? Because even me watching you guys play against these guys makes me like it's fun for me. Like, wow, I've gone through this. I want to see if Chanchai can like escape from what Mike is gonna do with. They fake, and then like, what? He was gonna do. You will be frustrated if you think it was frustrating fighting me with with the disadvantages on the connection. Like, man, just man. There are times, even when I watched the Mike stream about a month ago, like he was super frustrated. Like he even said, like, I can't do anything. Like, what is it that he's? This is how good Ji-hoon is with his setup. Like he plays aggressively, but surprisingly moral. Like very articulate with. Nope, not gonna like waste my moves. Nope, not gonna like randomly throw. No, he doesn't randomly throw stuff. It's with intent, and I'm like, how does he do it? It's so crazy. And so, okay, one other thing I'm gonna point out about my wolf right today, the thing that I didn't use against you as another very important tool against high level players is the setups for my catch throws. I only done a couple. I've only done a couple of
catch throws are really important.
Because again, it goes back to how good you are with your ground game, or like the very hard to throw you. You might say, "Oh, Elson, no, you got to take your chances." No, you are very difficult to. Like, I only played a couple of sessions, but I know how you play now. Still, I've got lots to learn playing against you, because we can always learn from each other. But it's just that. Just from the outset, like, you are extremely good at like just evading throws. Even if you do the sidestep, it's still you go into that mode where it's the advanced evade, where you duck. So it's very hard. It's, in fact, to me, just my personal feedback, it is too much of a risk to do a throw tweak because I'm worried to get.
I would say
by your
in general
attacks.
that's I do make it hard to throw me. I would say though that tonight though on that last set, I do think that you would have been able if you went for it more.
Oh,
The
I see,
connection
I see.
actually made me very
was so
throw
cautious,
vulnerable.
man. I was like,
Yeah,
I was
like
no,
honestly, because I
I'm
ended
too
up having to
well.
stand and
This
block
can't
like
be it.
so
I
much.
I'm not gonna throw you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to risk a Chanchai.
Yeah.
I just felt like no. I gotta. You notice
Yeah.
that my playstyle of Wolf.
Yeah.
It's like I use strikes more than his throws, even though his game is more throw. But you can use Wolf very effectively for striking position.
No,
And you
honestly,
notice, one technique I. Oh yeah, sorry, you gotta say.
No, honestly, that's important to understand that Wolf is a really good striker. He can whiff without lag. He can whiff punish anybody from anywhere on the screen. So you know,
like the fish flow, the fish flow type.
Yeah, 6 PP. Yes.
Like it's very risky. Like if you can, what's the word where you hit check. Like if you know that it hits them in the stomach with the first punch, hit them with the second one. But and that's why the more advanced players will know, like, oh nope, the first one got blocked. I'm not gonna do the follow up because it's easily punishable with a PK.
Right.
And sometimes worst cases, other floaters from other characters.
Right.
The thing that here's another thing that I would have loved to use against you, like similar to Pi, punch and then down for PK.
Yeah.
Similar to Wolf. With additional benefit, because it's you have to know which way to evade, is the punch and then screw hook. Not the full PP, just the first punch.
No. Yeah.
And then sometimes
I thought your use of screw hook was really good.
Did I use it? I used it a couple of times, but I know you got
but I could tell that you were good at using it. Like, you have good discipline with it.
Oh, I see. I see.
You have very good discipline with it. So.
Thank you. And that's why, like, folks, you have to understand, like, I used it a couple of times. Nope, I don't judge. I already figured this out.
Yeah.
So I have to somehow use it effectively. And then also, you're so advanced that you already know that the second hook punch, even if it's I start with the fake P. And
you're screwed. Don't do the second punch.
Yeah, you're screwed because you can punish it because I've been punished many times with that. So now.
Yeah, Wolf can screw himself with the screw hook. So yeah, you know.
Yeah. But then sometimes, because the only advantage in the screw hook, the full screw hook PP, is because you duck quite a lot. If I get you with a ducking blow, the first block will, what's that special condition where you get and then the second punch will hit.
Yeah,
that's the special mid. The special mid. Yes. So
no, seriously, with the lag, 6 PP became way more powerful too. Like I couldn't guard punish it, which sucked, and then on top of that, and then I couldn't evade the second attack, which sucked also. You know,
you know another thing. Okay, so there's also disadvantages on mine, and because of the lag, right? Sometimes there's some moves that I can't do as effectively, and one thing that was prominent was the combo. You notice when I hit you with the the elbow, like hold down for P, and then it hits you with the stagger, like counter hit, and then you know how it follows up with the knee, the 6K, and then crumple. So usually the crumple followed by 2P, and then hold down 4P with the the hammer.
Yeah, but it's hard to do that combo. It's hard. You can't confirm it. Yeah.
I was like, I couldn't do it. I felt many times like screw this. And this is where I did something similar to Chanchai. I gotta look at my other most effective option. Oh, okay, I'll use the fish flow hook, the fish flow attack, which is for.
When you started using that. When you started using that, I was like, "Oh gosh, he's figured out to use that. This move is really good, right? Under these current conditions, this move is even better than normal, and it's already a pretty good move, you know." But it's just like, "Oh god." You know,
and the thing is, see, it's similar to how you bait people with the punch, low punch, and then hold down for P to get them with the counter hit. That's very similar to Wolf, but I think it's you have the advantage because I think the hold down for P and then down for P is execution wise. Is it 14 frames? 15?
It's 15, but it's
faster.
But it's 15, but it's also like it's got properties that make it like half of a shoulder. So like it just randomly will go under stuff too. So it's like it's got weird hitbox properties too. So sometimes like you'll do like a kick and you'll be like, wait, I had the advantage. That kick should have landed, but that uppercut hit me. You know. But that move has been like that since VF2, and people that play me offline know that move does that. Like it's, and I will say that this version, this game, or Final Showdown, toned it down. That move was way more cheap in previous games. Yeah, that move cheated so many situations before. Like it is a cheap move. Like when Shiwapan writes about it in his video or when he talks about it, he just says, whether it wins or not is like up to the frames, but it's his way of saying I don't know exactly how this thing works, but it sometimes works. You know, like because nobody knows how it works. Like it's hard to be consistent with it. But I'll just do it because it works enough. And it's just like, okay, this is enough that it like causes people to like, if it works, it causes people psychological damage because they're just like, what the hell, you know? And online people just assume it's the lag, and I'm like, no, it's like this offline, you know.
It's worth reiterating what Chanchai did. Like, I love how like you adjusted, like because like. This is the cool thing, like, I noticed when I played you on the first couple of sets, it's like, you tend to, like, get me when, round one, fight, and then the first thing, sidestep to my back or to the front, depending on which way the screen is going.
Depends on which character you are. Yeah,
which character, too. And then you do the 1K, and then, like, it hit me many times, like, oh, crap. Okay, and this is why that thing worked, which is,
because that's two hits. Because that's two attacks.
Then I just started using Pi, and then you notice how you got hit many times with the 3 PK on the
12 frame,
beginning when you sidestep, and that's why like I wait. The timing has to be very specific because once you sidestep, you only have a split second to do it. If you do it too late, you block.
Yeah.
If you do it too fast, you evade. So that's why I like, okay, wait for it. It's like push away. And then when I push you away, it's like, yes, this is the space I need.
Yeah.
And then you know what you did really well? You when I did the 4-4 PK to this Mazi, when you were on the ground and ready to rise up, and I usually love to bait with that, like 4-4 PK and then follow with other options, right? Like punch kick. But then you always evade and get me with a launcher. So I was like, shit, that's not gonna work. So I was like, no, he got me. And then you were really good at countering with the, you quickly realize when I do like sometimes when I knock you down, and I do the 4-4 PK, and you're still on the ground, and then I do the KG version, the cartwheel to get you with hit you when you do a low sweep. You stop doing that. And I was like, oh, crap. It's like I can't get you with that anymore. No. So yeah, there's a lot of adjustments you made, which were excellent. Like I love playing with players who like just know exactly what I did and then know how to solve the problem and like, okay, this is where I have to adjust. And this is what I mean when we got to the Great Wall of China. Why I specifically said that. Like that Great Wall of China, at that moment, it was like, holy shit, we really went deep. It's like, first round, you won. Second round, I won back. Third round, you won back. I won back. And it was like, it was so close. It was only like 10% life. And then we like, oh, wow, you won or I won. And then the Great Wall of China happened again, that same level. So we were even. We fought like, and it was like, wow, it went deep. It's like, it went really deep. You were doing this, you were doing this mid, and you faked me. So, I thought he was going to do that. Oh, no, instead you did the 2K and then KG move, like to fake me, because you knew I was going to stand up and get hit. It's a circular. I cannot evade that. So, it's so fun when you're like, I understand why Chanchai was doing this. It's like, so great match, man. Match.
Well, that's why, like I said, at the moment, your Pi is your most dynamic character. Like, you're making adjustments really quickly with her.
Awesome.
Your Wolf did a lot of good strategy, though. And, so keep it up. And, if you get... And then, your Wolf is scary when it's making those adjustments, too. Really terrifying. And then, and just understand, some conditions, you can't control the conditions, but you can control what you do about them, right? And same with your opponent. So, and so eventually, if your Shun should eventually be probably offline. Your Shun does those adjustments too. And so, or like when you're playing like Australia, it probably makes those adjustments. But at least in our match, it wasn't making as much. It was more moving through the set.
You know what's really interesting? Like you say that, okay, adjustments. Now, I think it'll be a very big shock for me when I play offline. It's like, whoa, what the hell? Like, all the inputs are weird. It's like, because I've been playing online so far, all the time. So the moment you go offline, it's like, how come that move or combo didn't work? Oh, I realized you have to input everything so much faster or like precise. So
or sometimes you have to input them later.
Yeah.
Right? Because online you had to input them early. You know, like I had to confirm combos early online on this connection, right?
Yeah.
But when you play offline, but the good thing is when you play offline, what you can do is you realize you might be playing faster. And so what you do is it's not that you have to slow yourself down, but what you do is you use the time that you have available to just make a better decision, to reason it out a little more. And that's what's really pretty crazy when you operate at a fast thinking speed because you're playing online, because you kind of have to. Especially like, look at what you did. Today you blocked lows, and blocking low is actually the hardest thing online. It is the laggiest thing. Like, offline, you can react block low. You can just see it, and you're just like, oh, I just have to hit down and guard. Online, you kind of have to do it as a read, just even on good connections. And on connections like today, you completely read them. So what that means is you assess the situation, and you're ready, right?
The training.
Yeah.
Again, like, getting exposed to, like, Mike and Ji-hoon, like, there's a lot of... Okay, I'll give you an example. Like, Mike, he loves... By the way, your wall game is excellent. Like, I love when you do those combos that, like, wow, just the damage, man. Gone, shaved. You have to put me in those situations, too, where you, like, trick me to, like, block low and then, like, I'll get kicked by a mid. But, like, the setups. But going back to Mike's situation, so his favorite, which he's starting to mix it up now, is... Like back in the day, he capitalized with Lei's 4-4 PK, which Johan would know.
By the way, Lei Fei has the best wall game, so I'm going to put that out there first. That Lei Fei has the best wall game.
Yeah, you know what that does? That 4-4 PK is a quick roll.
Yeah, he chops your shins.
Block, meaning you can escape, and then it will stagger you on the wall. And then he starts doing the, for example, I think it's back down 4 PK. Or that one to stagger you, so additional stagger, and then whatever combo that follows up after that. So, and if that option doesn't work, he can throw you off with the timing with down back KG, the stomp.
Yeah.
That's annoying too, that stomp, boom, we're like, oh.
It is. No, Lei Fei has the best wall game in the whole game because he has so many setups, and they're half circular, and they're low and mid. And like you're just like he has the best wall game, hands down. He is the best at getting you wall comboed. He just has to get you there, which is the hard part for him. The hard part for him is that they design him to be a knowledge based character, but in doing that, it also means that his stats are not as good in an optimal way. But if he applies Yomi to it, then he's really terrifying, right? So
absolutely. Speaking of the half circlers, man, like, remember, like, you did the... I'm still trying to adjust what I need to do after you do the Lion's half circle for punch, which turns me
so
to
two
the
things.
Side. You still always get me with the
no,
2K
first of all,
punch.
it might be because of the connection, but you never block punished it. I mean, you blocked it, but you never punished it after blocking it. But you clearly read it. Like, you clearly read it. And so because you clearly read it, you should have been able to punish it. But you did punish other lows. So you did punish other lows. Second, generally, you should not attack. And I did see you attack some of the time, but you didn't get punished for it. But you should not attack when he forces you into side turn. You should defend and then deal with what comes after that. Because his options are too good and the risk is too great for you to do an attack.
I see.
But your Pi was smart enough to use like reversal, because
that was
a
fun.
lot of times when you're side turn, so a lot of times when you get a side game is a lot of time it's a mid low. Now throw is really powerful element because throw is supposed to stop people from. It's supposed to encourage people to just side throw escape or to encourage them to attack, right? But throw becomes important because it's such a mid low that like if you want the mids to be good again, sometimes you want to use throws to open them up for other things. So, but generally, what was I going to say? There's other stuff. There was one thing I did want to point out to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to think what it was, but you played really good.
Yeah.
If you played more aggressively with your wolf, I would not have made the comeback. So if you did play more aggressively, like the conditions were so rough, were so powerful, like in your favor, that just attacking a little more would have won you a couple rounds that would have at least for sure made sure that you won the set.
Gotcha.
And so it was one of those where, but your feelings are good. Like you sensed like my adjustments. Your wolf doesn't adjust as dynamically, but it does adjust more dynamically than your Shun. But your Pi is definitely the one that's adjusting the fastest.
Adjusted, yes. I think because like a lot of her moves are just like good tools that are fast and quite safe if I block. So that's why,
the catch throw is really important.
Pie's still like. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The catch throw is important. Now, today, maybe not the throw would have been good, which is probably correct assessment for today. But in general, Wolf's striking game is something that he has to master. But but you should also understand that when the conditions are better, when the conditions are right for like people to play fast and people to use like advanced option select and advanced defense, his throw game is really good. And his throw game his catch throw is a foolproof one, but the fact that he changes the timing on his throws.
I do utilize the throw game with Mike and G-Hood. Like that's why, and you notice this when Mike, right? When I play with him, we always end our five setters, right? We play about 5 or 6. Actually, tonight I just saw him message. It's like, he's available tonight. So it's actually now, what time is it here? 7 p.m. So that would be maybe 3 a.m. over there for you.
Yeah.
I hope it's sorry for keeping you up that late. But usually after the last match, we always end up with a wolf off. And
okay,
it's just
awesome.
So fun.
Well, that's I also think that's. But I think so that's good. Why your wolf is really good. I think Mike has taught you how to what to do with wolf. You're doing so many good things with wolf.
I'll tell you what. To be honest, no. If you're talking about him using his Lei Fei fighting against wolf. I actually learned a lot of my stuff from Wolf, from like just observing my favorite Wolf player in Japan, Paz, like certain things. Yeah. That was why it started. And then eventually, naturally, when you play against high-level players, you need to adjust to what's the most like use attacks, how do you defend, how can you punish it. And then eventually, okay, this is what I'm going to use instead. So the anti-low, that's one thing I rarely use because, for someone against you, it would be very useful, but it's super high risk because it's exposing myself in the air for too long. Yeah. Which is his up forward PK. I see Paz use that very effectively, especially when Okimazi situation. They like, low sweep. And then he does that. But then if I were to use it when neutral, when you're like aggressive and you're standing, you're moving already very fast and very dynamically, it's very risky to kind of anticipate. The only time I only used that effectively was when I used Shun. But when I anticipate you're going to do a ground attack, is I do the forward KG, the scorpion kick. That's the only time I felt like,
well, I was going to say though, to your credit, you're adjusting your risk reward really well on the fly. So this is another skill that you do have, and that I see it when we play, which is that the deeper the read you have, the more confident, the more that you know that you can do more confident options, and you need to. This is important in VF. This is like the challenge for like, let's say someone like blurring, right? Right now he kind of has set answers for the situations because he's focusing on winning situations, But in VF, this game, specifically this particular game, your character has multiple answers for the same situation, but it's scaled up with like maybe a higher reward, and a higher risk. But it's because you have a deeper read, right? And you were doing that. Like your Shun does it, your Wolf does it, your Pi does it. Your Pi does it less. Even though your Pi is very dynamic, it's kind of hard to do with Pi though, right? Pi doesn't really want to put herself at a high risk, right?
No.
And so you're doing it properly.
Like,
but Wolf, you can see it like
with 1,000 daggers. I don't know, like
so like and like the low Pi is the same thing, right? Like it's just like Jean, right? Jean players. The most common thing you deal with is people boxing with jab and elbow, right? So Jean players will benefit if they understand that, you know what, if I can consistently sucker this guy into a boxing match, and if I do that, John has like a good counter for punches and elbows, right? He does like quarter circle forward P plus K, or he has his pari and then like wrecks them, and then makes them hesitant, right? And Aoi does similar with her defense. So this game gives you those things, and you're doing that. So keep it up.
Thanks, man.
When you have a confident read, go ahead and use a confident answer. And then when you're uncertain about your read, then do something safer. Keep doing that, but that's already what you're doing. I'm just reinforcing the message that you're doing a good job with that, and keep that up because it's a very good.
I appreciate it. Sensei Chanchai, thank you.
Anyways,
no, really, it means a lot, man. I really appreciate the deep evaluation, and for also having the opportunity to play with someone like you. It's just a lot of fun. It's also very insightful, educational in a way. So Virtua Fighter is one of those special games where the more you play with that person who like. It's almost like kindred spirit. Like
it feels like martial arts to me.
The thing he learned from Japan when he was playing with, like, at a young age, he played with the top players. He said they told him it's almost like a mantra. Virtua Fighter is like a conversation.
Yes.
The more conversations you have, the more like the deeper it gets, and that's why when I use that as a landmark when we reached that point in our 5 settings, right? When finally towards Pi, and then you release Neon, and then we got to the Great Wall of China. Things got a bit deep because I understand a bit more about your playstyle, your reads, but I love also how the moment you started seeing like, oh, Elson's capitalizing on this, I'm gonna adjust because you have more experience. You know what to do in those situations. I was like, oh, this is fun. Like,
I'm trying anyway, so yeah.
Evade right at the beginning and do the 1K or something. In fact, you mixed it up immediately. You backdashed. And then you had so many different options from there. I was like, oh shit, what is he gonna do now?
Yeah, but you countered the backdash a lot in really scary ways.
Then it got to a point where you used it many times, like the backdash rather than, I was expecting him to evade. Okay, so then you faked it. You did the side step, and then no, you didn't do the 1K. You did a mid move. I was like, oh shit. What the? This is what I mean by conversation. Like now, I've not seen you use this before, and sometimes it's beautiful because I do not know what you've gone through. Like maybe that was a new adjustment for you. Oh, I learned something new today. Maybe I should do this instead, or maybe this is something that you've used very effectively already multiple times in your deep experience playing Virtua Fighter with all the other players all around the world. You actually travel around the world to play, so you got a very good grasp of like just how the game works and how to deal with those problem solving. So this is why I love playing people who approach the game like this. And you know what? I wish Blurring him all the best. I hope he can take that advice because I'd say that's good advice.
He will. He's a really. I've seen it.
Don't focus on the winning. Just like. Take a step back and really just evaluate. Okay, just maybe work on the fundamentals. I mean, his fundamentals were pretty good. Like I saw just that one match.
Like I said, just expand the creativity.
I'm like, oh, that's more advanced than a lot of like average players. They don't do fuzzy and they don't get up. They don't do okamazi. He did. I was like, oh. Well, what's there to complain? But as you said, you pointed out really well. Like he's at the stage where he's at a plateau, and he's like maybe, and that's like a mental thing. Like you have to really work. It's not just the physical. Now it's like you got to mentally prepare how you can like just kind of overcome the wave of like this frustration. It's really tough. For me, how I overcame it was just to have fun.
Yeah.
Don't take it too
Well,
seriously.
I'll
but
finish
it's
it with
just nice to, like,
I'll finish it with a life
yeah, you gotta
lesson. So I'll finish this with a life lesson with that, right? With something which is, you know, a lot of young people, I'm not talking about bullying now, I'm talking about people in general. A lot of young people aren't sure what to do, and some people know exactly what to do, right? But it's like, okay, if you don't know what to do, then it's good to build your skills, save up money, and have resources so that when you know what you want to do, you can have a better shot at doing that. So it's similar like in VF. That's why my advice is sometimes sit back. If you feel like you don't know what to do to get better, then take a breather, focus less on the winning and losing, and focus more on the skill building. And then when the time comes, you'll know what to do with it, you know? So
yes, yeah. Amen to that, man. All right, well, I love these conversations. I don't want to keep you too long, man. But
have a good night.
Thank you so much for the excellent games. Really love playing with you, man.
Likewise.
And, I'm going to be working mornings shifts, so I won't be able to play for a while. But who knows, man? I might be able to.
Right now, my daytimes are more open.
Opportunity to play again. I'd love to. I can learn so much from you all, just from not only Leon alone, but like just the experience. It's really enriching. So I appreciate it, man. All right.
Cheers. All right. Thanks so much, Elson. Cheers.
Hey, my pleasure, man. All right, take care. And everybody, support Chanchai if you're still watching. Take care. All right, bye. See ya. Have a good one.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you all very much for watching or listening. I do enjoy chatting on stream, so I hope you guys don't mind that. It's a lot of fun. It's hilarious what some people are saying, but I appreciate it. And I appreciate Elson a lot. The energy he brings, the outpouring of love for the game that he shares online, on Twitter, and everywhere, even on stream, it's what we need. This game is just an amazing game, and we love it. And there's lots of amazing games out there, so it just means we're competing with a lot of great games out there. But but I do hope people can see why we really love this game and how dynamic it really is, and how it's just lots of good stuff. So it's all the fighting games are really great about this. All the great games are good about this, but it's what makes it a lot of fun. And this game is very conversational. That's another topic in itself. But there are some games that have a lot of call and response. It's available on PC, and there is a community for it. It's just okay. If we're talking about officially available on PC, it's on the Yakuza games, right? If we're talking about unofficially, it plays amazing on RPCSX3, the PlayStation 3 emulator. And you know what? If you feel guilty about it, just make sure you own the game on either Xbox, which it's still available, or on PS3 or on PS Now. If you own it on those, then you have a right to kind of be able to play it on emulator, in my view. And if not, well, I don't know who's really keeping track. But it is available on the PlayStation 3 emulator on PC. It plays great online. It plays about, a little less good than this, but it still plays good. And there are people that will play with you online. There is a community on the Virtua Fighter Discords, and they do meet up and play on PC, and they do share screens so everyone can watch. It's a fun time. Every night I'll see people in there, a group that's playing, and then there's other people that are just playing online, not streaming or not screen sharing. But it is this game, Final Showdown, and you get all the costumes, you get all the stuff, and you also have better looking noses in that version. So yeah. So there is a community for it. It is on PC. There's no excuse, to be honest. I know that people want an official release. I don't know at this point if that would even make the numbers higher that much. Just a little. It would make it higher. How much? I don't know. But it is on PC. So anytime people tell me I can't play the game, I just waiting for it to be on PC, it's available. And there are people that play it. And it's fun.
And eventually I may play on it too, but right now I'm having a lot of fun playing on this because it is the official platform and because I want to keep supporting it. But I do support playing on Final Showdown on PC Emulator as well because it's really good. It's amazing. Could be better, yeah. So can everything else, but it's really good. So yeah, check it out. If you go on the VF Discords, there are people that will help you. That will help you get it set up and everything, and get online too. So yeah. But yeah, this version I personally love. So yeah. In Thailand, actually, there's a Korean player that plays on PC a lot, and there are other people. And I'm pretty sure that you give it time and a community, there would be a community in Singapore. And maybe even Taiwanese players. I know that's not the same. Look, we're talking about East Asia versus Southeast Asia. So Singapore is the one that's closer. But I do believe that with enough effort, there are people, because I know people in Singapore. Australia I wouldn't do, but I know people in Australia and New Zealand that would play. I did teach a player from Australia that way as well, and a player in New Zealand, and a player in Singapore. There's a community in Taiwan. There are players. It just takes effort, and it takes people knowing that they're there and proximity. But Southeast Asia does have players, and Thailand too. So it just takes a while to get everyone together. It takes a lot of effort. And sometimes it takes a lot of faith. But I've been rewarded for that. I've been rewarded for it even in college when I was in a small college town. I found on that college town in Oregon 2 Korean VF players that became my rivals in the VF4 days and Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution days. And I found other players that were native that were to play VF with as well. But I mean, to play people that actually played in the VF3 and VF4 competitive scene in Korea was, pretty lucky that it happened to be that there's 2 of them in my campus. So, but I put a lot of work into finding them. I played Tekken 4 every day. Tekken 4 wasn't my favorite game. I liked it though, but I would play it just in the hopes that I'd find other players that were playing 3D fighters. And then they had the PS2 available to rent in our Memorial Union in our central building on my campus. So I would always put up flyers saying that I was going to be out playing fighting games and interested in meeting other people to play fighting games at said location and said time. I would put those flyers even in the bathrooms of the building, just because I believe that if I kept at it, I would find people, and I did. So you never know, but I've done that with a lot of different games too, and so I've always found that it's worthwhile, and that there are other people that, if something's good enough and you like it and you know it's good enough, not just a cult classic, but you really know it's something really good, I do believe there's a decent chance that there are other people that like it as well, and that are nearby, and that they don't always speak, so they don't always post online. So it's that's always worked out for me, and that's why Portland has an active VF scene also right now. We do have quite a few players, and new generation and old, and we do play offline twice a week right now, Mondays and Fridays, with 4 venues to play at, if when we coordinate it. So Portland's not the biggest city. It's a much smaller city compared to a lot of major cities. So, you never know, but it's been consistent in my life that I can get people to play with. So, but I love playing on stream too, because I love sharing it with you guys, and I love the community's been amazing, and so I'm gonna keep streaming. So anyhow, everyone have a good night. Let me see what you said here. So, you have a question. What's the difference between Ultimate Showdown and Final Showdown? Okay. Pretty simple. Final Showdown is the game that came out in 2010 in arcades and 2012 on PS3 and 360. Ultimate Showdown is Final Showdown ported to the Yakuza's Dragon engine. The shocking part, it plays pretty much exactly the same. It's pretty identical, right? The differences that exist, it feels more like those differences exist because of the difference on the platforms, not like the game itself. The gameplay itself is pretty close to dead on. It's like 99.999% perfect. And that's why we can switch between playing Final Showdown and Ultimate Showdown pretty easily. The only difference is PC will feel faster, right? And there's a lot of reasons. Part of it being you're using a better setup, a better display on top of that, right? A lot of people are playing on a PS4 are also playing on a slower display, right? PS3 and 3 is faster a bit, and then 360 is faster, but then the arcade has its own speed. So even the home ports, they're going to be at different speeds, but you still are playing the same game and you're fine. I've played on them all. When I played with Kingo in France, we were playing the PS3 version, and we were playing it only because he had a PS3 arcade stick, not for him. He actually plays on pad, but because I had only brought my Snackbox Micro because my wife wanted me to travel light this time. And so I didn't bring an arcade stick. And so I asked him if he had one available, and I didn't mind if I had to play on the Snackbox Micro. But I would prefer to play on stick. And so he had an old stick that he won in a tournament, but it was for PS3, so we played on the PS3 version on a really big screen, which means we're playing with some lag. Yes, so Final Showdown has all the costumes. This version does have some quality of life upgrades, though. So, on Final Showdown, you have a counter hit flash. It's not a spark; it's a flash, like the lighting effect, and it's yellow when you have a counter hit. Whereas this game, it's red when you have a counter hit, but it's a spark. It's a big difference. Also, if you counter hit side, you get blue. And that's all you have on Final Showdown. And that is sufficient, but this game now has really good hit sparks, actually. So right now in this game, yellow is a normal hit, red is a counter hit, and it's good to have that. But the best thing is that blue is a recovery side hit, and then purple is a counter hit from the side. And it's really good to have those because that does change the situation, and it can be hard to see those in Final Showdown. It doesn't break the game. We play Final Showdown fine. It's just that we have to interpret the situation more when we're playing Final Showdown, whereas when we're playing Ultimate Showdown, we can kind of see the hits better. Final Showdown did have 2 DLC costume packs. Sega originally expressed interest, or that they were planning to release all of the costume parts in this game, but it's a huge task. A big problem is that the resolution difference is pretty big, so they did have to rebuild. They would have had to rebuild those assets. And I think their intention was to do it, but at some point, I'm guessing the cost-benefit ratio was not good. Meaning, like, the game was probably not selling enough DLC to pay sufficient amount to the artists for all the amount of hours that would have taken to do it. And when we're talking about artists, we're probably thinking of 1 or 2 artists that's assigned this task of making thousands of costume parts. Final Showdown, ever since VF4, it has really good customization in the arcade and in the console versions before this game. And honestly, I think they look way better than Tekken's. Now Tekken 8, I'm hopeful will look amazing, but I feel like when I look at items, costume pieces in the Tekken games, I feel like they look good, and they've caught up. But I think VF has always done that aspect a little better, not in terms of style, but in terms of how well it fits and looks good on the character. I think there's a lot of it, whereas like on Tekken, a lot of items just look like they're sticking off the character, like they're taped onto them, right? And that's true in the Virtua Fighter on some of the small items. but I think the costumes look really good in the Virtua Fighter games ever since 4, but especially like in Final Showdown on console, you know, and arcade had even more. And arcade has a lot of win poses, but even Final Showdown console has lots of special item win poses. My Leon costume has twin blades, right, on his back, and he puts them together to make like a double-bladed sword or staff, and he spins them around and does a cool pose with them. You know, he also has my Final Showdown Leon costume also has like electricity flowing in his arms, so it's cool stuff. Final Showdown has more costume stuff. Final Showdown does have replays that you have access to, but I do love this VFTV system. I think it's really good. I think they had higher ambitions, but they couldn't do it in the room matches, where I think originally they wanted to allow players to look at different matches in real time, but I think it just didn't work out. I think it's too hard because it is using a replay system. So I think when you're watching other people's matches, you're kind of watching a replay. You're watching a little bit behind, or you're watching a replay being made in process. That's not as big of a deal. But I do like the online modes on this game. I like League Battle is awesome. VFTV is awesome. The team battle is awesome. I do like that ranked has the first to two. I think that's good with the option. Like, you get to choose. Both players have to confirm they want to do it to rematch. I think that's a good system. Yeah, I like the VFTV a lot. I like that. Now, Final Showdown on console also had the soundtrack options, so you can see here the sound. Now, this one has more, right? So we had VF1, we had VF2, we had VF3. This one comes with the DLC. It's new, the Virtua Fighter 3 Arrange, and it's really good. It's one of the better soundtracks in the game. Virtua Fighter 4, we got Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution soundtrack. Virtua Fighter 5, we don't have Final Tunes. I wish we had that. We have 5R. That's awesome that they added that. 5FS, and then Yakuza, Tekken 7, and there's actually Virtua Fighter Kids. I forgot how to. There's a way to do Virtua Fighter Kids. I forgot how to do it, but there's a way to do the VF Kids soundtrack. So it's a good time to switch it. I do like 5 regular soundtrack. It's pretty good. So we'll hear it when they do the next match. But I wish they had a jukebox mode. That would be the best, right? Being able to customize which tracks you put on which stage. Every fighting game needs to have that. So bad. Yeah. Maybe FT doesn't. That's my bad, but I'm pretty sure FT does. Let's see here. I think I've got it. Or no, that's right. It's the same. You're right. Yeah, I don't have it here anymore, but I had it before. But yeah. Now we get to hear the VF5 Vanilla soundtrack. Probably the best thing about VF5 Vanilla. I do like VF5 Vanilla, but it is kind of the black sheep of the series. It's like my least favorite Virtua Fighter. I finally played VF5R this year in New York. Probably also my least favorite, but I like it. It's fun. It's probably like the King of Fighters 11 of Virtua Fighter. It's a really fun one, but it's like wonky. I was talking to Tricky today in chat, in DM chat, and I think we both feel that this game, Final Showdown, is, in our view, probably the best of the Virtua Fighter games, and it's probably because they learned from a lot of mistakes with VF5 Vanilla and VF5R. They tried to take those games in these other directions, and then they brought this game into what I think is actually what Virtua Fighter had intended to try to become, at least since the VF4 era, and I think this game nailed it. So I think the relationship of risk and reward in this game is so good, so well done, and so dynamic and complete. Even a character like Eileen, who is a glass cannon. Let's talk about. This is why Tricky calls the Tricky 9000 is. Eileen has got 9p, which is a really good launcher, and it hops, but it's safer, right? It doesn't have as high of a reward as 9k. She's got 9p and 9k. So if she has like a vague read and is like not the most confident, but like I think attack is gonna work here, and I think they're gonna or I think I'm gonna crush a low attack. 9p is really good. And then when she really knows for sure that she's gonna hit with like a hop attack, 9k is even better. It's a higher risk because it can be block punished. It's a higher risk because if they evade it, there's no like second attack that can mess them up if they hit a button early. So 9k is like what you use when you're that much more confident. But also, Tricky whiff punishes with 9k. Tricky sets up a lot of whiff punish with it, and it's so good. The way that she sets up whiff punish is really scary. You'll see her duck either a high and some other stuff and then 9k them and just nail them. So the good thing is Tricky uses 9k when she's absolutely confident she's gonna land it, and then uses 9p when she knows that she's guessing. And that's like an example of what you should do as you get better in this game. Lots of things like that in this game. So, just like if you're that confident that not only that they're going to do an attack at you, but that they're going to do like a launcher, then evade becomes like your defensive option that will really punish them, right? But if you're not that sure, you kind of think an attack's coming, but you're not like super confident about which attack's coming, then guarding is probably better, right? And you do like a guard throw escape to protect yourself from the throw as well. But otherwise, you do an evade when you're that sure they're gonna go for like a big attack, because if they go for a big attack, it's evade punishable. The evade punish is just way bigger. So there's a lot of these type of you're allowed to work the spectrum in this game on confidence. All right, thanks for all hearing me out, and I probably bored you all with that, but I appreciate you guys' time, and I appreciate your company so much. Thank you. Tekken 8, I think is going to be exciting, and we're going to see how they tweak it and build it to be the game that they envision, or in the direction of their goal to meet their goals with that game. But I think, I think it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. And actually, Deniso 201, I think, is serious about playing that game. I think he's going to seriously, especially because of the ghost data, because of the training mode, because of the replay interaction. I think that makes it feel like it's worth his time, because now he can study the game the way that he likes to study VF and try to apply it and understand like how things work. That said, Kingo used to be a Tekken player and switched completely over to VF during like VF4. And for them, they've just found that VF is more their flavor, it's just so much more their flavor, so they're not as interested in Tekken, but we'll see, because I think Tekken 8 is being designed to appeal to someone like Kingo, where there's more assertiveness, but I don't know, they have their own different flavors. VF scratches certain itches and Tekken scratches certain itches. And I think, especially Tekken 7, scratches the itch of people that like to master defense the way, that like to do the movement, right? And whiff punish and really outplay somebody with movement and with understanding of the opponent's move list. I think Tekken does that really well, and I think Tekken 7 specifically. So, but I don't know Tekken that well. That's just an impression I have. The itch that Virtua Fighter scratches for us is having all these tools, having all these decisions, working the risk and reward, coming up with solutions, hacking our opponent, and then they hack us back. The things that Elsa and I were talking about, but even on a more detailed level, on a really highly detailed level, I think we like that. We like having all these options like defense too, but so Tekken has that, has its own versions of that. So it's not an exclusive. But VF scratches this playing on every beat, like making a decision. This is how fast we're making the decision, right? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. That's 4 decisions, right? When you're on defense, you make a lot of decisions. When you're on offense, you make a lot of decisions. That's and it's hard to explain that to people that are playing others, but the best I can explain it is that in a lot of fighting games, you lock each other down. You have pressure strings. Beginners like pressure strings, right? Obviously, Tekken breaks away from that and does have a single move flow, right? And has a clear answer flow, like sidestepping this move, and this string is weak because I know the vulnerability here. So that's something both games share. And so, Tekken has it too, but Virtua Fighter has this really you have a lot of options on your defense, and you have a lot of options on your offense. And when you're up close, you have the most. And what gels the thing up close is the whole that the mix-up is mid and attack, or attack and throw. It's not mid and low as much. I play with a character that can do mid-low, and that makes it more annoying. Tekken has really powerful mid-low, though. Like, the lows in Tekken are way stronger. They have higher risk, higher reward. And what gels it in Tekken is the spacing, right? The spacing allows you to fudge the mid-low mix-up so that it's not like a coin toss simulator, right? Okay. VF has attack is going to beat throw is going to beat guard, and guard's going to deal with attack. And it does that by making the lows pretty much the chip damage of the game. So, you can win a situation with a low attack, but did you get much damage from it, right? Even with Leon, I don't get much damage for just doing a low attack. I do have a launcher that is a low attack, but it doesn't launch on normal hit. It launches on counter hit, which means I had to win with frame advantage or my opponent using something way too slow to launch them with that low attack. And that's the same as it works in other games, right? Or any other situation. It just means it was just a faster attack and it launched on counter hit. That had nothing to do with it being a low attack, right? But most of the time when I win with a low attack, it's just a little damage. Maybe I reset the situation. But a lot of times when I hit with a low attack, they might be able to attack back against me in this game. And when you see me get hit by Vanessa's sweep, I'll attack them right away because I know that I have advantage. Because lows in this game are weak. And they're weak because this game wants you to not mix up the mid-low so much. It wants you to chip the opponent with it, but it would rather that you threw them because the throws do much bigger damage. Throws can be escaped, but they also have a higher reward. So, yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot. What you said about Tekken 8, I've heard a lot of people express. In fact, I've heard it as early as EVO Japan. Some pros and some enthusiasts told me privately that they were not feeling this Tekken because they feel like it's not the Tekken that they love, and I can't fault them for that. So we're gonna see how this Tekken turns out. It looks like they're trying to make it more like this, but the way they're going about it is hard for some, and I know that they've made throws stronger. They've I noticed that I see in the beta, I just see people trying to hit each other with mids all day, like a lot. Like I hear that throws are stronger. I don't see people throwing. I didn't see that much throwing, right? I didn't see as much low mid as Tekken 7 because I think maybe the mids are just much better than the lows, so everybody wants that high reward because they're just hoping that one good mid is going to erase, like, 3 lows. I don't know if that's the truth. That's just what it looked like when I was watching people play. That they were just trying so hard to hit each other with mids, and so, yeah. Yeah. So that's the other thing, right? Is the over oppression there. We'll see how it goes. I do hear some people that are having so much fun with Tekken 8, but I think a lot of it is also this feeling that, well, they're gonna fix it in time, and people reminding others that Tekken 7 started off rough before it became the Tekken 7 that a lot of people really enjoy now. So, and for sure, I know a lot of people that Tekken 6 was more their game, and Tekken 7 wasn't. Just like Tekken Tag was really an amazing game, but that's also why Tekken 4 could not live to its expectations, and Tekken 4 caused a lot of Tekken players to move to VF for a while. So, even though I do think Tekken 4 is a fun game, personally, but it was not what people loved about Tekken Tag, Yeah, so you say that's also why I want to play VF, because it's more martial arts style, like old Tekken. Yeah, right. Tekken has moved more towards power fantasy, is what I call it, and VF has really stayed to the martial arts. Whereas Tekken always really also was martial arts in Tekken 1, 2, and 3, and Tekken Tag. Especially when you watch Tekken 2, you really felt the martial arts, I felt, in that. But I do feel that eventually Tekken became more about power fantasy, and that's awesome. It's like, megaton punches is what I call it, and like just hitting things really freaking hard. And of course, Tekken 2 is where they had cinematic throws, and then VF, of course, has implemented that after. But VF always feels more like about cinematic martial arts. But Tekken is like people that can punch and blow things up, right? Yeah, so Tekken 8, we'll see where they settle on. I do think that we'll see what happens, but we'll also see if Tekken 7 just kind of if people just keep up a Tekken 7 tournament scene too. But yeah, the heat mechanic is an interesting thing, but I will say a lot of Tekken players I know don't like the heat mechanic. Similar to how people felt on Soul Calibur 6, right? But some players I know really love Soul Calibur 6. There are players that tell me Soul Calibur 6 is got a bad rap, but it's a really good game. And but unfortunately, COVID struck it a bit, except that it helped with, but Parsec helped it. But the netcode is is something people complain about, but not. That's for me, I'm playing VF, but Soul Calibur, I know it's their big system thing that Heat resembles is what people didn't like as much. But I also know really strong players that say that's actually not that big of a deal. So sometimes I wonder if that's more like how roll canceling was what made a lot of people hate Capcom versus SNK 2 in its day, and yet it's what turns out to make that game really great. I'm not saying that's the case for Soul Calibur, but I can tell you that a lot of people hated roll canceling in CVS 2 when that game was fresh, and then eventually it became like the signature feature of that game. Alright, I'll get some rest. I've had jet lag, but man, it's really good seeing you. Sneaky, Swatika, have a good day. And I really appreciate you. I hope we sometime get to meet in Thailand too, though I do have to realize that whenever I go to Thailand, it's like such a busy family schedule, but I'm hoping I'll get to just, have more free time again in the future. For good reasons. But yeah. because I didn't get to meet Arcade Future, and I wanted to meet them. They were in Thailand when I was there, and they were the one who reached out to me, but I just didn't have the time. But I really wish I got to spend time with them, and I wish I had known that you're in Thailand. Thailand's a really fun place, and there are some fun fighting game players there. But most of them are concentrated in the Tekken scene right now, and it's been that way for 20 years. but I love it. Oh man, keep me updated, please do, please do. Maybe I get to have an excuse to go out on vacation there too. So that would be a lot of fun. Definitely keep me updated on that. So I really want to support that. So, but yeah, you know how Thailand is though. Everybody is an entrepreneur in Bangkok, especially. Cheers. Everyone have a good night. Deceptive Swag, thank you so much for your support as well. And Sneaky too. And Talon, really happy to have you in here tonight. Cheers. Good night.